because the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Franky Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Franky Rose.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Think Tank. It is Tinfoil Hat Friday. So I'm probably going to wear my crown through most of this stream because it seems appropriate lately. So we're going to be finishing up today with our last witness, and I'm not sure if we're going to see Brian Higgins after that. I'm kind of hoping so. Good morning, Carrie. Hey there, Ruthie, Christy, Dingo, Shauna. Hello, tankers. Yeah, I haven't got it straightened out yet. It's not. Hey there, Tony. Good morning. Mad Hatter's Day. Oh, lordy. It's appropriate for this trial. I should be wearing it 24/7 while we're streaming this mess. Lordy. My little toy, my is charging up. We found a few cool ones. It's appropriate, friend. It's appropriate. Nice to see you've got your name back. Oh my goodness. So I don't know. Half day, full day. What do you guys think? I didn't catch it when she was giving out her that. Let's see all my tape. That. Oh, isn't that a great song? James. Okay, can I get this thing settled? I don't know. It is what it is. It's tinfoil. Nanu. Oh my goodness. Shazbot. Oh my God. My husband's going to come down the stairs and take one look at me and leave. What the hell are you doing now, woman? It's Tinfoil Hat Friday. Like I said, with this trial, it should be Tinfoil Hat Weekday, 24/7. It's something else. What do you do while I'm gone? That's all I want to know, woman. What the hell do you do while I'm gone? So what did you think of Jazzy trying to break through Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. He has to deal with me while I'm in the passenger seat singing into Combs. It finally happened. You've lost your damn mind. Long time ago. Oh my goodness. So what do you guys think of Jasmine trying to break through her net so she couldn't get in the front? You get those things. I thought, well, this is supposed to stop her from distracting. Well, then she's got her face mushed through the netting, trying to sleep with her face up like this, trying to get over top of it. It was like, oh my God, I must have laughed the entire time. Took a billion pictures. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. But she didn't get into my front seat. So there's that. So, okay, it is 7 on the nose, and of course, no sign of Bev. She likes to be late by at least 10 minutes for the most part. Oh my God. She just hated that thing, just hated it. She likes to be able to, like, get over right onto the console, and, while I'm driving, she tries to, like, give me big hugs, so she's, like, getting in my face and squishing me over, and so, yeah, I thought that might be the way to go, but it was definitely entertaining. You look up and it's like, "What are you doing?" Yeah, Escape from Alcatraz Part 2. Okay, so Bev, Auntie Bev, let's go, or James is gonna start telling you off. He has words to say about late courtrooms. I agree with him. Oh, is that right? I expected that, right? I knew you were gonna have something to say. I mean, it drives a person nuts. It's actually disgusting that Bev can't start on time. Late court, shabby, useless court, starts from the top. Yeah, absolutely. Hey there, how you doing, Harley? Good to see you. Happy Friday. Yeah, I think it's pretty bad the way she runs her courtroom, but hey, what do I know? I'm wearing a tinfoil hat. I mean, so what do I know? It's been interesting. Yeah, they are great dogs. Australian shepherds. Absolutely. Yeah, ours are Brandy is lab, and Lizzie is they could be doing business in the chambers or having some Baileys with her coffee. Oh my goodness. I drank so much coffee yesterday. Oh my word. James. Excuse me. Oh, lordy, lordy. Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. She's late every single day. And then she tells the lawyers to hurry up. It's interesting. It's like, okay, it's your fault, guys. So, like, rush this along. And it's like, but it's your courtroom and you didn't start until a half hour late, lady. It's something else. It's been something else. We watched a little bit on Rex Heuermann yesterday. And that was interesting. They're back searching his house after that Manorville search. So they're saying something had to have been found in Manorville in order to get the probable cause for the house. Good morning, Shauna. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Yeah. No. I mean, even with what I'm doing, I don't have the commitment that she does, but I always try to be on time for this. If not, if I think I'm going to be late, I bump my time up at least. She just lets everybody guess. She's a nightmare. Are you one of them? Are you always late for everything? Yep. Yep. If I can be on time, I am. If I'm not, it's like, forgive me, forgive me. Yeah, one member fan club. Lally. Well, you got to make room for the Alberts and McCabe's, right? Oh my God. If I meet someone and they're more than 10 minutes late, I leave. It does not surprise me, James. What's going to happen today? Well, I'm hoping for Brian Higgins today. I'll be honest with you. I'm really hoping we see Brian Higgins on the stand. That's what I'm hoping for. Yeah, I prefer to be early. I mean, I know that if I start this stream 5 minutes to, we're gonna have at least 10, 15 minutes to talk because she's not gonna be on time. Oh, look, have we got some movement. I hear it. Come on, let me add you to the stage. Come on. Like, come on, come on. Good to see you, Shauna. Hugs, hugs, hugs. Okay, well, they turned off the noise. So she's still got 5 minutes. If not, she's extremely early at being late. That's what I was always told. Who's left out of the group to testify? We haven't heard from Brian Higgins yet, and he was driving the snowplow. We got the other two couples. We've got the kids in the basement. I think after this next one, most of the group has testified. I don't know how Lally was able to get those sisters on yesterday to just basically run Karen into the ground over something that happened 2 years previous. That was pretty disappointing to see that they're reaching that far. Okay, I hear sound again. Come on. Let me add you. Do you like my hat? It's Tinfoil Hat Friday. They're telling me, what did they just say? Your husband's going to come out and say it finally happened. You've lost your damn mind, woman.
Yeah.
Yep, you have. There you go, Tony. Yep, I have. But I said I lost it a long time ago. We need that other pack. I know. But I got the other ones. That's the thing. Lally's done a great job, but for the defense. Yep. #1 fan. There it is. There it is. I don't know what she's doing. #1 fan. Jazzy starting to make her noise. Stomp her little feet. Oh my God, guys. I took a picture of someone last night on the TV. Worse hair than Lally. I could not believe what I was seeing. I'll see if I can find it here. Look at this guy. His hair's about 2 inches on the top straight up. And you see, I don't know if you can see the bad hair or not, but oh my God, I was taking snapshots on the TV. I don't know if you can see it any better there or not. Oh my God, it just stood straight up. I was like, what the hell are you doing? Like, it has to be about that long standing straight up, and there's about 10 hairs. Okay. Why are we looking at the fan again? She does. She does. She comes to me when she knows I'm working, and here we are.
Unmuted.
Unmuted. I don't know. Can we go that low? Only 20? Okay.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cadoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Florida County of Norfolk. You are near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for the shoot.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on Hopkins Street.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David United for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow
Oh,
my
here we go,
instructions and
class.
refrain
Here we
from
go.
discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Wednesday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here Wednesday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach just briefly? My
Okay.
apologies.
Not a good sign. First sidebar, and we haven't even got a witness on the stand. What? Oh, Lolly. 19 more. I bet you we can have that by this morning, James. Betcha. Unreal. She'll have 19 before first coffee. Oh, good Lord, Lolly. So they still have a lot to go through. We haven't seen anything as far as lab work or there's so much they have not done yet. I'm not sure if Lolly's just gonna throw it out, or as far as throw it out, not show everybody he should after showing a bunch of people he shouldn't have. So, of course, we've got John's family front and center, and the first row across the back is Karen's parents and probably supporters. No, we haven't seen any experts yet, Carrie. That's the thing. This thing could drag and drag and drag. Yeah, he would. He'd drag it to Christmas, James. Well, if they were supposed to be the experts, as Lolly's witnesses have been feeding more the defense, I think. I haven't seen anybody who has put Karen there. And the next witness, she didn't put Karen screaming out those words. So it's looking like maybe Jen McCabe may have had an ulterior motive. Is that possible, guys? I don't.
Please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Mr. Brian Higgins to the stand.
Brian Higgins, here we go. Here we go, guys. Right off the hop. Oh, my. What were you doing there? He could take up a good portion of the day.
During the case down here, should you truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Good morning.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
And you recall, was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County, or did you live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that, specific to the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that date initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there,
Yes.
including several people from Massachusetts.
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake and the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you, you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Elbert, Kevin Elbert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who are they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Elbert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Elbert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Elbert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Elbert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations, so to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there, so it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work, as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an office or a desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City, if you know?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
Because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work and the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have? Was that like a year-round thing, or how often? When about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Weather or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow on the front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go to the hillside. Do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the Hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because he was. I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the Hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so, and then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know, about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the Hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Kent Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the Hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know, about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around 9 in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the Waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come in to the Waterfall, and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time in January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with them?
Casually.
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that you observed from anybody that was present over the course of?
No, it was a good time, and there was a band.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the Waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you identify just as where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Just ask the record to reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And
or as long as.
And so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to the occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them at other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time for the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this. As far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or varied?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received his contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone. John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Ms. Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming to the waterfall?
Sustained.
Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
Is that a place that you've been to before?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw with reference to the waterfall and or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well, that it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Is small talk fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
at this time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
Do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall what it meant as far as that text message or why you had sent that?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now, around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's Pizza Shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About midnight or so when you're leaving. Who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever, at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so, with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway, and then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Okay.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
Sorry, may I approach on?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, I'm going to give you a laser pointer and just press that button there. So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointed in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house, so the driver's side or passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you're parked along the front of the house sort of with traffic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and you can take that down. Thank you. So you arrive at the house, you do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes, so I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So we had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come to the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two, females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, flowed in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you've described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No,
Did you go upstairs at any time?
no,
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
no.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows or the door or anything like that?
No.
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not, no.
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was?
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
And do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house?
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
Are you familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
No.
Now you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was the
Yes.
snow sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called the fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet, and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right?
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. So that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar with?
No.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in, Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door. And then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like, say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. I'd walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far?
About 12 feet, maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch, is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with two glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably, he was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 or 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
Now, after you fall asleep at some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that occurred?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you look at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, or who was calling you with that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
And was that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew, like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
Objection. I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, do you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, long.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside of the house?
I don't recall, maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Now, with regard to, starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
And as far as the house when you come in, sort of the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught.
And did you know why they were distraught?
Because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain, you can ask it differently.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
Why did you hit him?
And so from this time that you're in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it was,
Objection.
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from the time that you arrived there later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now, at some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, you know, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink. But I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also, that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with them on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No,
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
Hitting on her as you were hitting
How
on
did
her.
you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies, and I believe that the format would be the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it that you sort of generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, it's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. You know, what is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now, with reference to either or both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what, if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
No. Exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, you know, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant, from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly, it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
By who?
Yes.
Did he hit him? What do you guys think?
These, thank you.
She's glaring at him. No, it's not, Carrie.
Sure, I'm going to show you two documents. One. One is 12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. If you can just look at those briefly and familiarize yourself with them, look up when you can.
I don't believe a word this guy's saying.
And you recognize what those are, sir?
I'm sorry, could you say that?
Sure. My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications with?
the defendant.
Can I approach them?
Yes.
Almost introduce in a minute.
Okay. So we'll do them separately, please. So that the first 12-page one.
Why is he even bothering staring at her?
May I return both of those to the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention first to what's marked as Exhibit 103. And that the communications or the text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
This is unreal, guys. I need to double layer my hat.
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, pal? where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?
So he's out, he's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch the Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th and the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, with the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's
Now,
why you
where
slime his
you
girlfriend.
used to live in Canton, where was that, or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you had offered to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation, or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. You want to come by? Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself, and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when you left?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
And as far as the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interactions did you have with his nephew?
Um,
Oh,
we were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
You hit him,
Mr.
didn't
Lally,
you?
on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
God, Lolly. Good God, Lolly.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
Sure, I would direct your attention to right about there where it says Sunday, January 16th. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you could indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning. But I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit? And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then
the conversation?
it appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
I approach just to retrieve your honor.
Until you
Yes.
hit him. Until you hit him. More likely you, buddy. You were sliming your friend's girlfriend.
Yes. Sure, feel free to stand up and.
What a gross, gross human. This is something else. Oh, I hope Jackson gets a go at this guy. I really hope it's Jackson. Why do they all seem to want to throw venom at Karen? I can only think of one real reason. Honestly, I can only think of one reason. The venom that Jennifer McCabe spewed? Oh, Lordy. Well, I thought he was, but I could be wrong. Sounding like maybe not. Yeah, good question. Is Brian Higgins married? Oh, that's quite the top there, girl. All this stuff that's coming out. And they're doing their best to go after her due to many other reasons, and it's not for hitting John O'Keefe. They're doing whatever they can. So do I. There has been not one thing here that has ever shown that Karen Reed has done this. I've been waiting for it. I've been waiting for it. It's not coming. Please let John O'Keefe. Yeah, look at how Karen's people are all dressed. Suits, all dressed appropriate. And then look at that mess on the other side. So Turtle Boy was in court yesterday trying to get his case hurried up because he's not liking not being able to go into this courtroom. So he needs that witness tampering dealt with. Yeah, all dressed appropriate. Yes, this is a smear campaign on a level I have never witnessed. It's true, Ruthie. It's pretty harsh to see. Only one witness had testimony pertaining to Karen's guilt, and you could tell she was lying. Karen's parents, I mean, they've got to be sick. Not so much. Not so much. They're just saying drunk. Drunk and arguing, something along those lines. Oh, her poor family. Boxer turned on the fair fight. Smart as always. Yeah, there was talk of that, but it didn't look like it was going to be that night because they seem pretty friendly. Oh, it's true. Just imagine if Karen Reed did not have the money to hire decent lawyers, she would be effed. But it doesn't sound like John was overly happy with this guy either, because he was coming at him about a toy. So ultimately, was it about a toy, or was it the fact that this guy's sliming his girlfriend? And I mean, if they were going to break up, that's not enough motive in my mind. I broke up with a lot of people I've never been backed up on. Lordy, lordy. Lordy, lordy. Well, you see, that's the thing. What the hell is that all about with Colin? They're saying that there's actual video out there of him in a fight. I'm not sure. I've seen her different testimony, and she's in tears. How you doing, Dandy? Good morning, good morning. I've seen her in tears a few times. Yep. A kiss or something in the basement. Now, was it this guy? Maybe. I mean, I think she's gross. Yeah, they're how do you win against a bunch of cops? They stick together, blue on blue. All rise. Good morning to you. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Friday. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. Hubby's birthday today, so we're going to be going out for supper, back to the golf course. Prime rib dinner coming our way. Oh, please let it Jackson that goes after this guy. Oh, right. Out for the summer? I thought it was spring break. Oh, Lordy.
All right, so we'll be in recess.
We're in recess now.
Thanks.
All right. Not quite sure why, but we'll go with it. Okay. Lally after his sidebar. Oh, thank you. I wasn't thinking. I just had to run outside for a moment, out front, of course. And I had my hat on. People are driving by. I was like, oh, shit. I wasn't even thinking. Bombing around with my tinfoil hat on. Oh, my.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. Google.
Okay, we're not going to listen to him. Google it incognito. Nice. Take away. Do you? Has he got a golf course out there? Nothing would surprise me. Yeah, I do like the golf course here. Beautiful view, good food, great service. I know. It's not quite on the middle. It's a back antenna. Aberdeen Angus. Nummy nummy. Nothing better than grass-fed cattle. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, we've got a great big 18 hole that's, I don't golf, but it is absolutely beautiful. Oh, ribeye. Nice. Nice. We went a couple weeks ago and I couldn't eat anything. I just got Yorkshire and gravy. So tonight I'm going to make up for it. They make a really nice chicken breast and peppercorn sauce. So I'm hoping for that. It's cheap because we don't drink anymore, so you can eat better. Ribeye. Nummy nummy. You can probably get reruns from 50% with that thing. Hey, think I should show up at the golf course wearing this fancy hat? Or do you think they would remove me? Wrong building. Crackpots down there, down the street. Go to that building. Reruns from the 50s. Sanford and Son, is that the 50s? That was a good show. Or is that 60s? There used to be some really good shows. Okay. Need to stop talking, so unmute this so we're not late. Come on, Lally. Lally. This thing's fun. As a tee. Ah, thank you, Ruthie. I appreciate you. Yeah. Thank you, Tony. It's called I Have None. You golf, I see. It's funny. Yeah, lack of style. That's fair. That's fair. I don't like eating skinny cows. I don't like seeing skinny cows. Oh, did you used to? I never have. I've never ever tried it. It was kind of like paint warming. Or paint drying. I just sat in the golf cart and drank. Like, okay, I'll be the bevy maker, guys. I didn't find it all that enjoyable. But, I mean, if you're good at it, if you start young. Oh. Nice. I couldn't even do that, Ruthie. That's more my style. That is more my style. If you put a foil sheet onto the pointy part, you'll have wings. Oh, yeah. I was almost thinking, where did I put that thing? I was almost thinking this. I was serious. I was thinking about adding this little thing. Can I do it? Objection hat. I can't get it over. Objection. A little twirly thing over here. I don't get out much, guys. I love that idea. I love it. I love it. Or there's that. I'll pass. I should put a star on top. Yeah, I need to decorate it a little bit. Maybe like I said, maybe I'll start wearing my hard hat. It's full of stickers. Some of them not really, how would you put it? Some of them maybe aren't socially accepted. I like my few stickers. I seen a clip where Biden voter kept stealing a Trump sign continuously, so homeowner electrified his Trump sign. Oh, Blue Peter. Better than green, I guess. Yeah, no green Peter. That can't be a good thing at all. Lordy, lordy. 15-minute break. I'm out of coffee. Gonna make me some more of that stuff. I do believe. So what do you guys think? Is this the guy that Karen kissed and said that she knows where all the cameras are? Is that this guy? Like, why is he like hustling Karen? Why is Karen hustling him? Is it because she's like, it's a revenge thing? She thinks that John was doing it, so her too? No doubt. Did Lally have to go get Bev's coffee? Now that wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me. Blue Peter doesn't itch or hurt. Blue Peter. Yeah. I don't know. Blue, does that mean it's falling off? No circulation? Green means something totally different. Unreal. So I don't even know if we're doing a full day or a half day. Oh, yes, objection sign. That's why I did it. Was Daryl Brooks' objection. And he's just like, that's why I did it. Objection. John Knox, step down. Yeah, I loved that word. I loved the whole objection thing with Daryl Brooks. It was one of my biggest giggles through that. Oh, that could be. That could be. That could be. They weren't getting along anyways by the sounds of things. They were going through a couple of bumps. But that's not for anybody to, none of those people to judge. I mean, you can tell me everything is perfect in their bubble all the time. If they say that, they're full of shit. It is a good theory, Ruthie. Isn't Amy the one that just lives down the street from, I was going to say the Addams family, pretty much the Addams family. Objection. Micah Miller, the pastor dealer, has just been arrested, apparently by JLR. JLR can't arrest people? What is JLR doing? Let me look. Now you got me curious. What is he doing? Oh, yeah. Micah Miller, pastor's dealer, arrested. There you go. Micah's best friend spoke out. Yeah, he's live right now talking about the dealer, Dan Figler. Isn't that interesting? Might have to check that out. Yeah. Yeah, his rug dealer. It looks like his dealer was arrested. Yeah, that's what JLR's saying. Isn't that interesting? That case, oh my God. He is the most ignorant sapsucker out there. Do you think that was his truck in the video? Do you think that was JP's truck when she was at the gun store? Driving by? It was for him to feed Micah. I don't know if he was taking them too, but he was making her take things. Said because of her mental status that she needed to be on medications because she had all of these mental defects is what he's trying to tell people. Yeah, I think so too, Christy. Yeah. You think so too? Yeah. It is interesting. It is interesting. I'm going to, no, he's not a doctor. That's why he was going under the cloak of darkness and getting it from other people and telling her to take them. And she was trying, if you remember, she said on that one video, forcing people to take illegal drugs is something she said when she was saying basically you're God's wife first, not your spouse's, but you're God's bride. And one of the things she said is being forced to take illegal rugs. Yeah. So we're going to have to, I will absolutely check it out when we're done here. Might be something I can look at for later. Tony. Let me see, I'll trim it. Use my snipping tool. Okay. How's this? How's that for my Christmas card? I got it. Look at that. Merry Christmas from the think tank. Yep. Thank you. Nice. Yeah, here we go. There we are. Merry Christmas. The thing is, nobody in my family would be shocked. Oh, I do. Yeah, no one in my family would be surprised at all. My son would just go. Yeah, I know what look I'd get, that flat-eyed. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh my word. Yeah, there's that flat-eyed. Oh my God, Mom. No. One of my son's first girlfriends, I picked him up at her house and she said, I don't know what to call you. My son looks at me like, don't do it. And I said to her, I really like the name Princess. She looks at me. My son's just like, oh my God. I like the name Princess. Can't take me anywhere. Oh my God, Mom. For the most part, he's got my sense of humor, but every once in a while, he's just like, oh God, no. No, don't do it. Please don't do it. Oh, nice. That was fun. Yeah, that was fun. My job is done there. Oh, yeah, I enjoyed it. Always fun to get a good giggle in. I think you put Carrie and I together for a few minutes, you better duck. Yeah, stop it, stop it. No more, no more. I personally liked the costume where that was dancing around there. You know, that pink one? It was- Yeah, I kind of like that one. Things that cannot be said on YouTube can be said on Discord. Oh, my nose. I might be. Oh, I love that song. That is the best song ever. Yeah, I thought so too. I just could not share that. I thought you wanted to see it. I think so, JJ. I think the laziest judge kind of looked like a steak. Gutter, 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. I went in, the conversation was sideways as it was. I thought, hey, that's perfect for me. So I jumped in. I liked the gutter. Why don't people like the gutters? They're quite enjoyable. That one was. I liked that one. That was great fun. Okay, come on, we're ready for you. New, 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 new. I know. Person has to behave on here. Can't say all the fun stuff. I quite enjoy going in there for chats. Oh my God, Harley. And then enter Lally. Some people should get out of the gutter so we can float on by. Mm. Yeah, too much fun. Tony, stop. Just stop. Oh my God, stop. That's just like asking for more. The way I see it, stop means go. Discord is a spot we can all share our sense of humor free and clear. Oh, Lordy. Yeah, it's definitely the fun zone over there. Yeah. So any members, if you have not come over to Discord yet, send Mexi an email. The address is on the banner, or the email address is on the banner here. Get a hold of me, franky67yahoo.com. And if you have any case information, send it there. And then our Discord email for members is thinktankdiscord1@gmail.com. And you go there and we'll get a link sent out to you. It's fun. It's quite enjoyable over there. Yeah, please, sir. Can we have some more? Oh, too much fun. Please, sir, can I have some more? I've been that way my entire life. No as men, yes. Or proceed with caution. Xmas dong. What we talking about, James? What? Oh my word. Probably the best Xmas. I know, right, Carrie? That's what I was. I was like, okay. Where are we going? Hello, governor. Hello, governor. I am not fussy on Christmas songs. I'm kind of a bummer that way. No, the Christmas dong worked fine. Just a little confusing for a second. And I thought, well, yeah, you could probably put lights on that. Yeah, you could probably put Christmas lights on that. Depends on the size, I guess. As the song goes, how long? Back to the gutter. Got itchy ear, sorry. Oh my God, this woman. How long is this break? We need to get Lally off this witness. I want to see Jackson. This guy's like a snoozer. Lordy, lordy. Ding dong, the witch is gone. Come on, Lally. Oh, Lolly. Bev, what the hell? It's going to be lunchtime. Oh, Bev. Auntie Bev holding it up. Oh, I love the little drummer boy. I do like that song. Oh, sometimes it really makes you wonder. It does. Sometimes it really makes you wonder. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Oh, here comes the Jazzy. Did Bowie sing it? Good morning, my Jazz. This is supposed to be their midday or mid-morning break. But I think she's just taking an early lunch. You know how she works. Auntie Bev, it's all on her time. And then she tells the lawyers, you're holding things up. Oh, do you? Yeah, it can be fun. It can be fun. I don't cook. I usually order it in. There's just 2 or 3 of us usually for Christmas dinner, so it's easier to have someone else make the mess than me. My son always comes the next day, so it's just a couple of old farts sitting in the house. Did he, Douglas? That would not surprise me at all. They all seem to. You think? Oh, yes. This is what I was looking for. Maybe Lally's hair will start a fad. All the kids should get Hair Island. Yeah, I like summer. Come on, Bev. Let's get this show going, lady. Lou Reed. Is Lou Reed a singer? Fairy Tale of New York. Yeah, I used to like Bowie. Ah, Ziggy. Did he?
Is it unlocked?
No, it's locked up. Yeah, she just does her own thing. She just does whatever the hell she wants and then blames it on everyone around her. I don't like this wench. I'm not a fan of how she takes care of her courtroom. I think it's rather pathetic, actually. Late in the mornings, late for coffees, late for coming back in the afternoon, late for the next. Oh, okay, Tony. So, Bev, half-hour break today? I think so. Why? Was she not getting her toenails painted, or what the hell's going on? Lally, I want them red. I want my toes red. But I only got pink, ma'am. Yes, that's what I've heard, Douglas. Jesus Lord Murphy. I know I read a book on Jagger years ago, and I was like, what? And more, yeah. 'Twas the time, I guess. Was the time. And I think with rap, it's pretty much started, back in the early 2000s that this kind of crap started happening. The ditties and but then there's his protege, Clive. Is that the older guy? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense, Tony. Yeah. Yeah. that they tried to deny now. The Velvet Underground. Oh, I haven't read up on that. Although I should. I object to her half-hour lunch or hour lunches that turn into an hour and 15. I object to her 15-minute breaks being a half hour. I object to her being late every single day for court. I object how she's running her court and treating the witnesses and treating the jury. I mean, I object to a lot when it comes to this court. Good morning, Mexi. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. I object to her being a judge. See? Yeah. There's so much. Yeah, good morning, halftime. I object. And the thing is, like I say, she blames the lawyers for all this time that's going by, and it's not the lawyers. I mean, yeah, Lally goes on forever, but she allows it. Oh my God, the dogs. Somebody farted. Yeah, I think it's those damn cookies that they want all day. I mean, that was just gross. Door open, window open. I'm running out of the room, gagging. It's like, oh my God, dog. Are you kidding me? And came and lied right beside me to do that. And then off with hubby she goes again. It's like, are you kidding me? Oh, Lordy. Be careful, dingo. Be very, very careful, my friend. Holy. I think I'm going to light a candle too. Hang on. I'll get a candle going. I'll fix her.
You are unmuted.
What is that session you see?
So why don't I see counsel?
Why don't you, Bev? Why don't you? You're supposed to do that during your break. What the frick were you doing for so long, lady? Not working, obviously. Oh, Lordy. So disgusting. I don't even know what to say about that. Oh, it was pretty disgusting, Tony. Blech. Blech. Very nice of her to share. She got the room to herself. Good God. Oh, of course, I understand, JJ. Like, she's a wench. The pastor's rug dealer. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I thought I was for a moment there too. I feel good. No, 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 no. Yeah. Yeah, she's now left the main floor. That was so kind to her. Blech. Is what I say about that. A little pink starfish. Ah. That could be Christy. Yeah, don't annihilate Higgins like you did Jan. Oh, I think he should annihilate this guy. She is such a hard woman to deal with. But the cops sure seem to like Auntie Bev. There is that. Turtle Boys doesn't go to court now for, I think it was three weeks. And I think he has to do that before he can come back in the courtroom. So he is not a happy camper, it looks like.
Jurors, we appreciate your patience. We actually made things easier for you. So it was worth the time.
Whatever. Bev.
Just be mindful to step up. Yes.
Right?
And Mr. Lally, if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yeah, sure.
All right, folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
You're letting her,
May I approach
letting them
the witness?
smear
Yes.
her. You're letting them smear her. Why?
Series documents.
Why are they allowing them to just smear
In
her?
general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. 103A.
That's my understanding. I think the others were marked 103. So it should be,
John O'Keefe's texts were 103. So it's 104A. And jurors, you'll have both exhibit 104 with you. That was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached or right with exhibit 104. Okay.
So much, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish the video on the screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1.
You just came here and you heard it. Did you want more? Are you serious? That was really gross, Lizzie. Only do that with your around your dad.
Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially you received a text on that date from an unknown number, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles would be Ms. Reed, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered? Is your copy numbered?
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
They're not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions.
You know, I believe they are. That's why I hesitate. It's sort of in the middle of the page, facing sideways. Front page.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lito show. I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks? I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lito show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes and just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I'd prefer a weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
As far as either one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, "No, you're not a creep." I said, "Nope." She said, "You're kind of a loner," which I used to be. I responded, "No, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out?" And then I typed "circle of trust" in quotes.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, "Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young." And I responded, "He died in March of 2020. I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it?" I responded, "Cancer." Defendant responded, "I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind?" I responded, "Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL."
If I could turn your attention to the next page, page 18. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, "You're funny." Defendant responded, "Yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside." I responded, "Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out." Then I said, "Who chats?" ? Defendant responded, "Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat." I responded, "That's all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton, spit it out." Defendant responded, "You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door." I said, "Oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now." And then I believe it starts to say "out of rotation?" ?
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 20. And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, "I just got a Saturday invite." The defendant said, "Did you say yes?" ? I said, "Not yet," with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, "What did you say, Mr. Elusive?" I responded, "No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I'm shy." The defendant responded, "We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you." And I said, "Haha."
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, "John said Brian's being wishy-washy now," in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, you cranky now, question mark. Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few? I don't know. All of them, question mark. They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26.
responded, you stink. I said, you suck and you're double trouble. Defendant responded, you're hot. I responded, are you serious or messing with me? Defendant responded, no, I'm serious. I responded, failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Defendant responded, are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house?
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage. I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me.
And how did she kiss you?
Not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Like a romantic.
That's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have, I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Well, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning, question mark. Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you, question mark, hello? And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before, when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once. And during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
Whatever. You're a pig.
Sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28.
What a pig.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30.
Unreal. Good friend. Good friend.
If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
Even worse when it's a friend.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
And if I could turn your attention to the next page, 32.
Good God, Lally.
If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark.
Good.
Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
Oh, you're
If I could turn your
bad.
attention to the next page, 33.
This is looking bad
I
for
could ask you to
him.
read from that, sir.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
Oh my God.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 34, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded, when? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever, when works for you? Question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first. I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded, me too, balls in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
Jesus, this guy's a
If I could direct your
pig.
attention to the next page, 35.
Oh my God.
The last, or second to last blue
Looks
bubble
bad on
down the
this
bottom,
guy.
starting with, are you glad? Do you see that?
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting with, are you glad?
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon and some type of a mark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said, DEF for definitely.
Right?
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 36.
What a pig. Hey, Harley? Like, you want to get across and slap
And if you
him.
could, please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question. and said, "Is this a trick question?" Defendant said, "I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house," with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, "Are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this." Defendant responded, "I live here, but I have property in Enfield." I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, "Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility." I responded, "You started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number?" And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, "Still have not told me."
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page 37 and ask you to read from that.
Jackson's gonna have some fun.
Defendant said, "Sorry, should I not have?" I responded, "I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer." Defendant said, "You're mad at me?" I said, "OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly." Defendant said, "I told you, exclamation point. I just think you're like me and I'm attracted to you." And then she said, "A lot." I responded, "Feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming." Defendant said, "Why?" Question mark. I responded, "Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation." Defendant responded, "I was, but things have deteriorated."
And if I could direct your attention to the next page 38 and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "Why?" Question mark. "How so?" Question mark. "What did Melissa say when you asked for my number?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up." I responded, "He seems very into you." Defendant responded, "I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it." I said, "That's cute. She wasn't suspicious?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "No, she's great." I responded, "Does she know you like me?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "She's a sweetie. We just agreed. You are great," with another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct
This
your
is all
attention
they've
to page
got?
40 and ask you to read from that.
This is all they've got? Gives him more motive, not her.
Defendant said, "Yeah, but where is that?
Good God, man.
I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water." I responded, "Are you breaking up or staying together?" Defendant responded, "I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation." I responded, "When was that and how did you find out he hooked up?" Question mark. "I don't want to complicate your situation." Defendant responded, "We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter." I responded, "It does matter."
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, either through text communications or in person, did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page 41 and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles and I said, "Did they bang?" Question mark. The defendant responded, "Does that matter?" Question mark. I said, "Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out." Defendant responded, "It doesn't really matter." I said, "Okay, I won't ask again." Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Defendant responded, okay. I responded, why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? Then I typed on. Defendant responded, I'm not. I am, question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive. Defendant responded, not at all, with an exclamation point.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 46. Ask you to read from that.
Defendant is in gray. She said, we did kiss earlier, comma, no, with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, I think you initiated that, no, question mark. Defendant said, yep. Do I owe you an apology, question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded, I'm not. I responded, kinda. There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. What do you want from me, question mark. I responded, what's on the table, question mark. Defendant said, what do you want ideally, question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist.
Thank you, sir.
Like, what a waste of time, Lally. Are you kidding me? What is this, your motive? This is your motive? This is what you got?
I could direct your attention to page 57, sir.
Jesus. Let's just
And ask you to read
slander
from
her,
that.
if nothing else.
It starts off in blue. I said, I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape. Defendant responded, which base down the Cape? Which branch? I said, Army's Army. Defendant said, I'm not abnormally sensitive. I responded, Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was just playing with you. Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please. Defendant responded, I'm not.
Why is he
sir,
being
reference-
sensitive? Like, what the hell's going
In
on? here?
that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60.
This guy's an asshole. Asshole.
And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, I don't know, question mark. It's in old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton, question mark. Defendant said, I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot, why, question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want, question mark, or who, question mark. Defendant responded, because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids. I responded, I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the hillside.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 61, and ask you to read from that.
This is what you got, Lolly?
So it starts off with the defendant. It said, "Everyone is happy at the hillside!" Exclamation point. I responded, "Oh God, you avoid things." Defendant responded, "It's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues." I responded, "I think he believes he is doing the right thing." Defendant responded, "Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister." I responded back, "I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard." Then I said, "I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids."
If I could ask you to turn to the next page, 62, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Good God. Lally.
I said, "I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids." Defendant responded, "I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters." Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, "What did he exactly do?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji." I responded, "Why don't you tell me?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure." I responded, "Oh God, did they bang?"
She's gross.
And ask you to turn to the next page, sir, page 63, if you could read from that.
She's gross.
I'm in the blue. I
Good.
said, "Did they bang?" Question mark. Defendant said, I was the kids celebrating New Year's. I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess." I said, "Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others?" Defendant responded, "I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose." I responded, "You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you." Defendant responded, "Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant." I began to respond, "You can vent, babe."
Babe?
Turn your attention to the next page, 64. Ask you to read from that, sir.
Babe?
Defendant said, "Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin and sometimes it's thankless." I responded, Defendant responded, "You probably felt that way too." I responded, "I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully." Defendant responded, "Want to grab a drink?" Question mark. I responded, "If you gave me some notice, I could have." Defendant responded, "You," in capital letters, said you were adaptable. I responded, "I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way?" Defendant responded, "That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way."
Now, as far as her
Is that all he's got?
invitation, is that something that occurred on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74. Ask you to read from that.
What a shithead. Kiss and tell, kiss and tell, kiss and tell.
Defendants said, "Are you single?" Question mark. I responded, "Yes." Defendant said, "I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday?" Question mark, question mark. I responded, "You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me?" Question mark. Defendant said, "And on vacay and probably a few other occasions." I responded, you didn't, it should say, you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Question mark, question mark. I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Question mark. Usually do it when they do live with, usually do it when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it. Defendant responded, maybe, maybe not.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77. And ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, I could go on, but I do not want to pump. It should say your shit up too much. Defendant responded, thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside. I responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what? Defendant responded, yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops, with another emoji. I responded, Jesus. Defendant said, he's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? Question mark, question mark. And I said, OMG, great.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78, sir.
I responded, I don't need drama, dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious, with an exclamation point. I said, you legit planted one on me. Defendant responded, I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on there, with some question marks? Defendant responded, course not. I responded, oh my God. And then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and Gay Jeff too. I responded, yeah, weak. I agree.
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79. I ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said, no, with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too. Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse it should say the shit out of yourself, because I'm a lot of fun.
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
And if I could direct your attention to page 84. And ask you to read from that page, sir.
I said, it was fun. Defendant said, I've complimented you today too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere, so I'm all set with that's, and then I said, in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now I'm asking again, with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark.
And if I could direct your attention to page 90. Ask you to read from that, sir.
9-0.
90, yes.
Jesus, Lally.
The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been through.
Carpe diem, she
And
said.
if I could direct you to the next page, 91, sir.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark. I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that, question mark. I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir, question mark. Probably, are you having a drink right now, question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
Jesus.
And if I could direct your attention to page 99.
She does sound like a player.
And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys and I have issues with John and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark? What do you want from me, question mark? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Thank you,
There
sir.
you
If I
go.
can now direct you to page 102. And ask you to read from that.
Oh my God, Lally.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way. And you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me? Question mark, question mark.
If I could direct your attention to page
Jesus,
107.
Lally. Oh my God, what does this matter?
Ask you to read
What's
from that,
it
sir.
got to do with Karen on that road that night?
Defendant said, at a bar, question mark. I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. probably after 8. Defendant said probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? Question mark. Are you out now? Question mark. Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
This page that you just read, as well as some of these successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk?
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of a, wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean,
Suss out and vet.
you know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked.
Oh my God,
and it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Jesus, good friend, buddy.
That evening, or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over at Mr. O'Keefe's house for the patrons?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to at my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable, and it's just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, lastly, as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118. And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond, and I believe I said that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well.
That's from you to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the next text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is speaking in that communication, and what is said?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
And did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I have not.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take this.
Yeah, if I'm drinking, I'm full of, I love you, man. It's sober.
So if I could,
can't. Choke
a couple more
over.
questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that sort of portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, you recall that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview, where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant?
I do know where that is, yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away?
Yes.
Well, I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street, or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I've got a bit of a glitch. I've got a little bit of glitch.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute over here at sidebar before we begin. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
All righty then. Another sidebar. Unreal. Yeah, I drink 30 time. Nice. I hug family. I used to, like drinking, I used to hug and give everyone kisses. And then life has done its deal, and now I'm not so much. Welcome back, Ruthie. Yeah, I'm kind of like you are now, James. I'm a hugger. I will give everybody a hug when I see them, but I'm really bad with, I think I've told Mexi that I love her, because I do. And it's just a hard word for me. Yeah, exactly, Carrie. Exactly, friend. Same thing goes for a woman there, James. Handshake means a lot. Yeah. I'm more like that, Ruthie. Touch my bass.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It
Who did you
does,
come here
Harry.
today with, Mr. Higgins?
That's a true
Who
story.
did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
Oh, here we go.
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay. Without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes,
Did you meet with him during the break? And again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No,
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
one.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Oh, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
Oh? What the hell is this about? I don't like this guy. I would not give him a hug. He's hugless. I'd hug Jackson. Yeah, ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. They've only got a half hour. And then it's lunch, so what the hell? I think it's supposed to be a full day. I don't know with this woman. So what did he get in the mail about this case that he gave to his lawyer? How interesting is that? How interesting. Jackson's going to eat him up. What was he doing messaging? Oh, I know, right? Christy, I think mine is about half done already. I can't get over these people. I cannot get over these people. Like, what's wrong with this guy going at his friend's girlfriend, regardless if she introduced it or not? You're the friend. Yeah. They all have attorneys because they're all being investigated by the feds. Now that makes sense, my friend.
Other than that piece of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Were you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain,
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes,
In June of 2023, right?
yes,
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy,
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did, to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. Well, the friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes,
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes,
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
yes,
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those two bay doors at your leisure.
well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right, but the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what, back in January of 2022, probably had that office for more than, what, 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018, okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018, I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
So, yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes,
Okay. I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am, a special agent, yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022.
What
You
was
recall
that?
those dates?
I do,
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
funeral service, yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial, you separate the two?
So, well, the wake would be the night before, funeral, I call them the services. It
All right.
wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez, is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some
Yeah.
of the same holiday parties, for instance,
Yes,
go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise.
retirement parties, yes, things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together,
Yes,
might share a meal together, correct?
yes,
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and worked with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people. Yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely, had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Well, could you rephrase it?
Sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay. So my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized. Absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the question.
Here we
I get
go.
That's fine.
I get it.
Sleep well, dingo.
You also
gonna
know
get
Brian
the
Albert
bag
well
going.
enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your Honor.
Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Have you ever been at an event
Help me.
with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
And
Christmas
Jesus, Lally.
5 years or so before 2022.
okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
Okay.
the formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
Oh my God, here we go. Like I said, it's objection, 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 sidebar, sidebar. Every time he gets going, just because Lally sucks, don't stop Jackson from doing his job. This guy, I mean, he needs to be honest. He needs to be questioned. Oh, Lord, this court case. Yeah, secrets, most secrets. That's exactly what it is. It's disturbing. Yeah, time for him to get a spanking. He'll get his little hand slapped. Yeah, exactly. What is Lally so afraid of? Makes you wonder, doesn't it? I can't get over this. I mean, it's enough to send you wild. Ask him the frickin' questions. Make him answer. Stop coddling your prosecutor and let's get this done. I don't know. Yeah, what is Bev afraid of? Is she afraid of the truth coming out? Is that what Lally's afraid of? She is a witch. Unreal. You know, the defense sits there and doesn't interrupt. Just do your thing, open the doors, do what you need to do. You might get an odd interruption, but Lally, I mean, he just sits at the end of his seat hoping he can stand up every 2 seconds. I think they're going to route this whatever frickin' way they want to. When you've got someone like this in charge trying to protect everybody, how do you win? And you know what? Her lawyers, they'll get her. It would be quicker if they would just let him answer. We all know what the question, no matter how he asks it. I think he is. I think so. I can't believe she's actually a judge. It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. I wonder how pissed off the defense gets. Like, come on. They don't interrupt. They don't bug. And Lally just sits there. Objection, objection, no grounds. She said they don't need to have grounds in her court. Go get him, Jackson.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years?
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally, is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out to bars with him, is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside, is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is
don't get his
Irish
drink
whiskey.
wrong.
It is.
And ginger is ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't get your drink wrong.
What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking.
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay, alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you. Finish it, get another round.
I don't think we. No, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken. Say that again.
He was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons? What you said?
No, he was probably, maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Jesus.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? I mean, if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
No.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Oh.
Okay.
Just presume that.
All right. So
Well, that wasn't. So
Let's.
Oh, you're so
Yes.
funny, Bab.
Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
Why are you looking over
He
there?
left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking, you decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day and I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
There you go.
Yes.
No impaired?
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did. Yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I'd describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree.
Figure of speech.
Oh.
Or the truth, right?
Figure of speech.
Oh.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them, you exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game,
Okay. Yep.
you exchanged flirtatious texts
We did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond. And the 29th, she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those
actually,
weren't,
You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about after you said, well,
Yeah.
28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Look at her up there. Jesus, woman. Jesus, look at that nosy wench.
Thank you. Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to the last page. Just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive text about you and Karen.
What a
before
horrible
the,
judge.
well.
Good God.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay.
Brutal.
So
Brutal
9
judge.
days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another.
Do you mean intimate when you say physical?
Correct. I'm not
Yes.
talking about shaking a hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact with Ms. Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No.
And when she said, "I'm glad you came over tonight," in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, "I don't care too much about that other girl." Right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, "I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect." Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her, were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, "Why won't you answer the question?" And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, "Why did you get my number and reach out?" That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, "Now what?" Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, "So now what?" Correct?
Yes.
You texted, "I would hang out," meaning with you.
Yes.
Correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You were showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate? It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean, it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attractive.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said, you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her romantically, correct?
No.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
like a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
Right. And she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you
Of course
just
you
read it about
would,
10 minutes
Dan.
ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well,
Okay.
right? Did you text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where she texted, I'm sorry, you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all
Whatever.
about.
Right. So when you were
Liar.
sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
Oh,
When you texted,
oh my God, oh my God, oh
you
my
want the
God.
real deal, she responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred toward John Higgins, correct?
No, not at all.
But in fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
You wouldn't?
That was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You've been
Liar.
moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, just like that. It's done, right?
No.
Liar.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry.
that.
After the 23rd,
Oh my God,
up
this
to the
judge.
23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't
On the
keep going because
29th.
from the 23rd onto the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, all the way to the 29th, she never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to
Exactly.
the text on the 28th Friday.
All right, why don't we take our lunch and recess, folks? What I'm going
my
to ask the jury to do
God.
is, can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch today? And also, you don't have to answer me now, but maybe we'll go to 4:30 rather than 4 o'clock, if that works for you. If it doesn't work for any one of you, let's court officer now.
Chair is leaving your notebooks on your chairs. All right, call me, jury up.
Oh my God, you guys. What the hell is going on?
So why don't I see counsel over here at sidebar?
Oh, they're having a sidebar. So let's go back. Go in and see. 45 minutes, this one, and trying to extend it. Why doesn't she stop some of Lally's ridiculous questions instead of worrying about what the professional lawyers are up to? She needs to clean off her own doorstep because her doorstep is a mess. Oh, it's just ridiculous, Dandy, what's going on in this courtroom. I mean, they're more than happy to sit there and smear her name all over the place. It's all this is. They don't have any kind of actual evidence. So it's turning into a smear campaign. Oh, there's Jim, the all-important Jim. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Looks like there's going to be a longer day. And I have some personal stuff I have to deal with today. I need to get myself a vacuum because the last one broke. Go out for dinner. Hope we get some nice weather. It's been raining for days. The rivers and the creeks are so full. Coming back yesterday, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. It's all the lakes have got to be at least almost a foot higher than it usually is. The waterfalls are coming down. It looks, it's beautiful. I haven't figured out how to get my camera set up yet. So as soon as I do that, probably later today, and I can start sending out videos. See how jazzy. Oh, you guys too? Colorado is rising. Isn't it beautiful, Dandy? I love this time of year. It's just absolutely beautiful watching all those waterfalls. I'm hoping to get into, there's one lake we've got not too far from here. And if you get to the other side of this lake, and it's a bit of a jaunt to the other side, they've got a cave over there. And I want to get into that cave. That's been my mission. Get into that cave. And if I get over there, I plan on having my phone. So if I can get over there, I'll show you guys the cave as well. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do lives because the internet is so sketchy in the mountains. But I would sure love to. There's a couple places. The tourists are all over the place already. Yesterday, the highways were crazy. When they have wide loads or anything along those lines, we've only got two-way highways around here. We don't have the big ones. They put a stop to everything. One of our mines are hiring, so the houses are all going like fast. I think we've got to build a larger fence on the one side where it's turning into, they turned it into a bed and breakfast. And they allow dogs. So you don't know when you get home who's got what and how they're going to be with my girls. So I need a fence. Oh, they're leaving. You got to think that they are believing the police, right? You got to think. Where's the all-important Jim? Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Jim, you're a knob. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Dandy. Oh, Lord, look at that. What is going on?
Saw the gun.
Let's watch this. Thanks, Dandy. They say he's got a weapon. Oh, Miss Cyrus, thank you. Oh, guys, what have we got going here? Thank you, Miss Cyrus Black. So let's see here. A collector. Enjoy. Steffi B. Pebbles, Teresa Bronson, and Jetlag. Welcome to the fam. What is going on here? I'm going to enlarge this. Oh, I'm not doing this one. Oh, my God. Oh, la. I'll rise for the court, please. Bev's going to eat her hamburger.
Wonderful. He's going to get us all kicked out. I don't see any media. No, on the ground. They're talking about media on the ground.
Jesus. This is in Anaheim.
There was.
He allegedly has a weapon, so we can imagine what's going to happen in
Maybe
that
a
situation.
Centra.
Wowzer. Got the dogs. It almost looks like our new vehicle.
There is. He's moving around.
He's moving around.
What? Okay.
Yeah, I have a feeling we know how this is going to go. Like most.
No, it's not. That's me.
Yeah, you can see him in there.
There's all the movement.
There he is.
They want you to go clockwise. Copy. Thank you. Did you want me to report on YouTube, or did you just want me to just give me a heads up? Well, everybody, I'm not really sure if we're reporting or we're just kind of showing you guys what's going on. I've got a lot of balls in the air right now. Ta-da, pump. Anyways, what's going on is this is happening out here in Anaheim Hills, westbound 91 freeway, right before Lakeview. It was a pursuit. That's what it was. Corona PD in pursuit of that blue vehicle that's now wedged between two armored vehicles from law enforcement. One of them Corona PD, the other one Anaheim PD. That driver brandishing a weapon. We actually saw the gun earlier on. Looks like a very large handgun. And there's also something else going on where you can kind of see it, but maybe Mike, the captain, might be able to get a little bit closer. But that rear window on the driver's side is definitely broken. And I'm not sure if that's a bullet hole or what it is, but it's definitely got a hole in that window. Now, is that from law enforcement? Probably not. I would venture to say no. If they were going to break a window to try to get, maybe put in some kind of adjutant, gas, or pepper balls or something like that to get them out, they would break out the bigger windows. So I'm not sure where or when that happened, but there's definitely some sort of what appears to be a bullet hole in the window. Look at all the law enforcement. Well, they're out here in force, and this is definitely a very dangerous situation. They don't want to see this person pull the trigger at officers or at himself. We're going to move the Skyfox around, but this has shut down the 91 freeway in both directions out here in the Anaheim Hills area. And when I say both directions, I mean both directions. And the backup is huge. Some of these folks, we're going to get to them in just a little bit, but some of these folks that are going to be stuck here pretty much for the duration because there is no way they can turn around and get out of here. The westbound lanes, they're taking everybody off probably right around the 55. Mike is moving a little bit. They're trying to get a little closer. There's two other law enforcement aircraft here, and we're blessed to be able to just kind of stay in the area as it would be. But you can see that driver still alive, still moving around, agitated. That's the word I would use. Now we're using that digital zoom, so you're going to lose a little bit of that. The picture's going to get a little degraded as we push in right there. But you can kind of see him moving around. And these are those moments for a photographer where you just hope nothing happens right now as we're showing you this driver kind of just moving around. Earlier on, I believe you can see the gun a little bit right there. It's a black weapon, and that silver piece that you see is probably going to be the slide. We saw that earlier on. But you can see he's still clearly alive, clearly moving around. That, I would venture to say, is some vape or something. But he's in that vehicle. He is not getting out, and that's what's causing all the problems right now. It seemed earlier on that maybe he was on the phone, possibly doing something, talking to somebody. I don't think it. I don't think
The guy's banging his head off.
Sorry, I had to reset my audio.
He's banging his head off of his back headpiece. That's what he's doing. He's
45 seconds. Quick update. Copy all. So anybody that's listening on YouTube, sorry about that. If the audio kind of went away, hopefully it's back right now. Hopefully you could kind of make out what we were saying. But at any rate, this is all going on. This is going to be westbound 91 at Lakeview Avenue. Anaheim Hills, but the 91, both directions shut down. If it's part of your drive, you definitely want to plan accordingly. We got to go to work. I got to pay the bills, my bills as it would be. So we're going to be live on Fox. If you are local, you know what? You can keep watching us on YouTube, but flip on the tube. Listen to some Fox News. Good day, LA. We've got some excellent newsy goodness going on. We're going to sprinkle it with some of this breaking news, but tune in. And, of course, keep this YouTube live as well. And I'll see if I can jump in on your questions and answers on YouTube.
that guy in that car is like rocking and putting his head back against his headrest in that car. That is not.
You'd think as low as we are, I'd have some kind of internet. The interwebs, no good. 45 seconds away. Copy all. No toss. Good morning.
Good Lord.
I want to yell. I'm a yeller.
I have no doubt.
Huh?
It is.
Copy.
And like I say, the guy's sitting in that car, rocking from the steering wheel and banging his head against the headrest. And I don't know if they don't do something soon, they're going to lose them. That's my thoughts. I think we'll see them lose them. Yep, that's what I think. I think that's the way I'm seeing it. Yeah, halftime entertainment.
Anaheim, 91 freeway closed in both directions. The pursuit termination about 90 minutes ago of that blue vehicle that you see right there. That driver, armed and dangerous, brandishing a weapon. That weapon, not a knife this time, but an actual large handgun. We saw it in his hands earlier on. Now law enforcement, they've been responding in force. They brought out the armored vehicles, some of them for Anaheim and Corona. You see a lot of California Highway Patrol out here as well. This has stopped the westbound and the eastbound lanes, but we're going to show you some of that westbound traffic. It is huge. Now, some of these folks are making those U-turns on the freeway, getting off on the on-ramp over at Imperial, but you can see what that's doing. Side traffic or side roads out here also starting to fill up as well. The 91 freeway in or out of the Anaheim area, especially if you're coming from Corona, it's going to be very, very difficult indeed. California Highway Patrol and law enforcement working to negotiate with that driver to bring this to a peaceful end. But right now, those negotiations ongoing in a time frame unknown to anybody as that driver's holding all the cards. I'm Stu up in Skybox. Back to you all in the studio.
Why don't they start putting tear gas or something in there? Because they're going to lose them if they don't do something. This is ridiculous. What's going on with our world? Let's just take our time here because maybe nothing will happen. Like what?
Our station just played the right in the butt Wheel of Fortune. Anyways, if you guys are still with us here on YouTube, thank you for joining us. I'm going to check my phone as we speak. I see there's a picture. I have to watch a commercial just like you do. It's long. You know, the commercials always seem to come through, but the actual stuff is difficult to watch. All right.
Zoom in.
Oh my gosh, traffic. I wish in the time of the ticker, basketball, coffee, donuts, anyone? Yeah. Why do we have?
Okay,
wait a minute. Where do we have? Why do we not have footage of the pursuit? Because it was in Corona, and most of our helicopters are all based in the valley. That would be the first reason right there. Probably 10 million now. I don't know what that means. Happy Friday. Yes, thank you. What's going on? This is a pursuit termination. It is all happening out here in Anaheim Hills. It's actually right at the border of Anaheim Hills and Anaheim. You know, it is a tough situation. And, you know, being serious here, yeah, I'm always serious-esque. Let's call it that. Hey, everybody that's saying hi, Stu, I want to give a shout out to everybody. Love you all. Love the love. You know that.
Much love. It is much love.
Just to play it serious here just for a little bit, that driver armed and dangerous. Now, he's been waving that weapon around. We did see it earlier on. It looks like a large handgun. Mostly he's been pointing it at himself. And, of course, law enforcement, they don't want to see that either. They just don't want to see anybody get hurt. People have been asking me what kind of vehicle that is. Now I actually see that Nissan symbol. So I'm venturing to say that that's a Nissan Sentra. If somebody was listening from that was asking me earlier on, Nissan Sentra. My money, Nissan Sentra. But that driver, he's the one that's holding all the cards right now. It basically just put the weapon down, walk away. This is all going to come to an end. You can see what appears to be a bullet hole in that rear driver's side window, but that very, very back one, you see it right there. That window's broken. Now that could be. It could be a bullet hole. That could be a baton from when officers came up originally trying to break the window, and then maybe the driver pulled it. I don't know. Those are just wild guesses. But I do know for a fact that a lot of law enforcement out here with some heavily armed vehicles.
So they've got this other freaking tank. Why are they not moving that closer to give him one exit route? Why? That's all I want. Why?
You're leaving Corona, getting into the Anaheim, Orange County area, stay off the 91. It is going to get you nowhere. And as far as all those little side roads that are going on down there, they are all backed up as well. Let me see, because we have been moving around. Mike, the pilot, is doing what he can to get better shots, but as I'm trying to do something else down here. But you can see that Santa Ana Canyon right there, those westbound lanes, they are FUBAR. And you know what? Look at that. So they have the road shut down. I don't know if that was a smart move because you can see right there, if you would let people get onto the freeway at Lakeview, they could continue on that westbound 91, but they're not letting you cross the freeway.
Well, fair enough. The guy's got
It
it
is
done.
kind of a really tough situation. Those officers down there in those cars, you know what?
Lordy.
I'm going to say this out loud, and if you were in law enforcement, it is not a slam. And if you're friends of law enforcement, it is not a slam. Listen to my words. You know,
Stop talking. I don't want to hear
They're
you.
not independent thinkers in that way. They've got the order to block that road. They've got to block that road, even if they're like, hey, well, what if we kind of open it up and let people get through? That's really not their call. That's part of being an officer. Yes, officers are allowed to make their own independent decisions, but something like that, I think that would get that guy in a lot of trouble, or gal. And you know what? Props to him for just holding the ground. Officers down there on the ground, the ones that are armed, the ones that are pointing their weapons at that vehicle, it's a tough call. It really, really is, because, you know, how do you bring this to an end peacefully? All they got to do is wait
Not
for this guy
listening
to
to
put that gun
you.
down, and it's gonna come to a peaceful end. But until that happens, that driver is really holding all the cards. Now, I heard somewhere else criminal threats. That was the original want for the pursuit. I also heard somewhere else, unconfirmed but reliable, that perhaps this vehicle was actually going the wrong way on the freeway or on some roads at some time. We see that a lot in a pursuit, maybe not so much on a freeway. This one facing the right way on the freeway. Why he stopped here? I would venture to say the car must have given out before the driver did. I can't just see him saying, you know what, I'm going to just pick this spot right here. I'm going to put it in park and then allow myself to be boxed in by these armored vehicles. So at any rate, it is a wait and see type of game. We're going to wait. We're going to see. And of course, if you're here with us, I got to tell you, you can put on Channel 11, especially if you're local. We've got a lot of newsy goodness. Good Day LA. The ladies are there. We've got other things going on. We're talking about the weekend. We've got other news stories, and they are definitely worth a listen. If you're going to stay here on the internet, you know what? You can do both. I appreciate that for sure. But right now, this is pretty much what you're going to see for quite a while. It looks like he just dumped something out of the window right there. I really think this person is just biding his time. You know, it is what it is. You know, he's putting a lot of inconveniencing a lot of people. He might have some issues, mental issues. So, you know, you give him some points or give him a little credit for that. But you know, what he's doing to the drive, what he's doing, how he's inconveniencing so many of these people on a Friday. Just imagine if you were one of these folks and you needed to be somewhere. What if you were catching a flight? What if you were going on vacation and now you're sitting here for 2, 3, maybe 4 hours because this person's just deciding to not give up? You know, it is what it is. But at any rate, law enforcement doing what they can to bring this thing to a peaceful end. And I'm going to join you guys back on.
I don't know why the third one's just sitting
Domestic
there.
violence. I could see that. Do I drink milk? Chocolate milk.
Oh my God. Kidding me? This guy's ridiculous.
Yep. I think somebody is stuck down there. Wait a minute. This is a nightmare. I'm stuck. Oh, you stuck in this, Jeffrey, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, if that's true, I'm really sorry. I read your whole text. Well, Chai Hastel. Hi, Chai Hastel. She's, you know, I don't know. I am always down for a quick solve for this. Trey, I do. Chocolate. Trey, I do. Chocolate. Trey, I do. Chocolate.
What? Good God. I'm going to mute him if he doesn't smarten up. And get closer down to that car.
Liam, thank you.
Oh my God.
You know what?
You're about as good at your
I watch
job as
Clarkson
Lally
Farms
is, buddy.
all the time.
He's about as good as his job as Lally is at his. This is ridiculous. I have no idea. He's
Somebody asked me why they can't get him out. Well, he's got a gun.
They have tanks. They have tanks. They trump him. Do you see all those people with weapons? Oh lordy, buddy.
The questions are insanity. You guys are goofy. You guys are goofy. I love it. This whole thing is kooky. I'm going to bring back kooky. That's my new word. I brought back nifty. I'm going to bring back kooky.
How about you concentrate on what's going on down there? Let's try that.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. I really don't know, guys. This is one of those ones where, you know, it's part of the job. We're going to hang this. We're going to be here for the duration. Hopefully he doesn't shoot himself. But if you guys
Is he
really
complaining
look
now?
right now,
It's part of the
you
job.
see every now and then by that center pillar on the driver's side up towards the front of the vehicle, you see something silver. And I venture to say that that's the slide on the weapon that we saw earlier on. Now you can't see it, but he definitely has it in his hand.
Well, get closer and concentrate on what you're doing instead of chit-chat.
You know, this is the thing. Nobody wants to see this guy get hurt. I don't want to see this guy get hurt. The law enforcement probably doesn't want to see this guy get hurt. I can't really say nobody because I could only wonder what some of these folks in the backup are thinking right now. But, you know, it's definitely, that's not how we want to see this come to an end. We want to see this guy just come out, put his hands up, and go into the cuffs. That guy right there, he's clearly not watching us on YouTube, but you can see that officer is just keeping an eye on it. Those vehicles are super ballistic. I have seen situations where they have been shot at close range, and even the glass, I would venture to say it probably didn't even chip the glass at all. I mean, it was pretty freaking weird. But you can see it again and moving around. You know, maybe it is, maybe it's not. We can't get any closer anymore because they have 2 law enforcement aircraft over it. But and let me see what we can do with the digital zoom. But it's gonna degrade it.
There you go.
Maybe it's just a name tag. Maybe it's a name tag on a jacket.
Almost looks like coveralls. What is that?
Yeah, I think it is. Earlier on when we came around and we did the orbit, that's kind of what I saw.
What is
I think we just can't see the black part of it. And you know this guy's just keeping an eye on it. I mean, you know, yes. Yes, yes. Booth, go ahead. Oh, I didn't even know. Nobody tells me anything. Oh, okay. Well, are these the 2 schools? Okay. What's the name of them? Okay.
Oh my God, this guy.
Primary and elementary, Crescent. Copy all. Schools on lockdown, freeways shut down, dogs and cats living together. Sure. Oh, thank you.
I wish that other truck would just move up.
Guys, gals, I gotta work. Roy, I am not, unless you're talking about altitude, and even that we are not. We've got a lot of low clouds today, and we're relatively low.
I don't know why that other vehicle is just sitting there. Like, shouldn't he move it closer just because they can?
Other people are saying it's a cell phone. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. $15 away. 15 away. Midnight taco run, you know I do. But I got to work. Somebody's got to pay the bills. And it's usually me.
We don't care about that. Tell us more about this situation.
Anaheim Hills, this is 91 freeway. This continues a very serious situation. That's right. Sorry about that. This is going to be the 91 freeway, Anaheim Hills. Very serious situation, and it's still ongoing. This has been in effect for more than 90 minutes. That vehicle you see right there, the driver armed and also brandishing that weapon. And that's the reason why law enforcement has shut down the 91 freeway in both directions out here in the Anaheim Hills area. That backup on the westbound area is huge. We're just finding out that 2 schools are on lockdown. That's going to be Crescent Elementary and Crescent Primary. That's what I'm showing you right there, and they are very close to that 91 freeway. If things go south, that could easily affect these students. That's the reason why they put them on lockdown. Hopefully it will not happen, but right now law enforcement still working to get that driver of the vehicle just to come out peacefully, put the gun down, come out hands up. But while this is going on, the westbound side, that's what we're going to show you right here. All these drivers, they are really, really stuck in it because they cannot get off the freeway. Some of them towards the end of it over here towards the Corona area been making U-turns and using Imperial as their off-ramp. They've been kind of slow. They've actually making good progress. They're clearing that freeway. But once you get off that freeway, I would tell you pretty much stay off of Santa Ana Canyon because that one is very slow and go. If you are getting on the 91 freeway today and you are heading eastbound, you're going to be slow and actually stop at the 55. If you're heading westbound, I'm sorry, the other way around. If you're heading westbound, they're going to stop you at the 55. Eastbound, if you can get on anywhere east of Lakeview, that 91 is going to be a great drive. But if you're in the Corona area and you're trying to get to OC, stay off that 91 freeway. As far as we know right now, no injuries to any civilians, no injuries to any officers, but this is definitely an ongoing situation out here on the freeway. I'm Stu up at Skybox. Back to you on the studio. Ha! You know what? I turned it off because I didn't know if we were still live and I didn't want to go on air going, I don't have any IFB, so sorry about that. All right, kids, I'm back with you guys for a little bit here, and of course, and what I'm talking about is all my friends out there on the YouTubes. Yes, I had to turn the mic down there because we lost IFB, and if you want to know what IFB is, I just call it infield broadcast, but I think it means something else. It's like some sort of return, something or another, but it's how I hear the show and how people at the station get a hold of me. I'm not up here in the helicopter as my own entity. I actually have a pilot mic, and if I actually stop talking abruptly, it's usually because there's voices in my headsets, and no, they are not in my head. They are in my headsets because I did what the doctors told me. Anyways, let's take a look at what's going on. Law enforcement, they've got that vehicle surrounded. They got it blocked in. That person inside that vehicle, armed and dangerous. What he's got is not a knife, but a very large gun. If you're just joining us, we can kind of do the little bit of a tour. We're using that digital zoom, but you can kind of see right there. There's a hole in that rear window. Now, how that got there, You know what? I'm going to let you guys try to figure that out because you know what? We could take wild guesses, but I'm not really sure. Is it a bullet hole? Could it have been something else? I don't know. This was a pursuit. It was Corona PD was in pursuit of that vehicle. Made its way onto the freeway, clearly stopping here in the middle of the lanes on the 91 right before Lakeview. Why? Again, I would venture to say, my guess is that car gave up. I would venture to say that driver didn't just go, you know what, this is a good place to stop. I'm just going to park it here. They must have known about that weapon because they actually called for help. You know, not like an officer needs help call, like, you know, that type of thing. But they clearly had a situation ongoing out here. Anaheim PD, they brought their armored vehicle. Corona PD brought 2 of their armored vehicle. So, you know, you can see the number of heavily armored officers in the area, a couple of dogs. You know what? I love a dog takedown. Trust me, that is one of my favorite things to watch is a dog, you know, subduing a suspect. But you know what? They're not going to send that dog in there with an armed suspect because nobody wants to see an officer get shot. Yes, those dogs are considered officers as well. What else do we got going on? Highway Patrol, well, clearly they got involved because they shut down the 91 freeway, both directions. All these folks, they moved them and they put them behind that crime tape right there. They are stuck here. A lot of these folks are. And we've been kind of watching, and they are making good progress. Sooner or later, they may be able to turn around. But is this coming up almost on the 2-hour mark? Could you imagine being sitting somewhere on the freeway for 2 hours because you could not move? That is rough. Watching some of these people making those maneuvers, turning around. Some of these people, you know, it always amazes me. So they're using the off ramp as the on ramp, or the on ramp as the off ramp over here. But see, these guys, I think these are a little smarter. They're making their way over here and then joining the off ramp. You know, just kind of making that U-turn and joining that that line of cars getting off the freeway. You know what? I stumbled onto this. I didn't see this earlier on. So I guess westbound they're taking everybody off at Imperial. Look at that backup. Oh my gosh. Anyways, this is a thing, and it's going to be here for some time. What is going on here? Oh, using that little opening. Yeah, you know what? I probably would be doing this. This is all me right there. Make that U-turn, get back on the freeway, find another way around it. Freeways are always better than the side streets, especially when a freeway shut down like this. But you can see the side streets starting to fill up as well. All the traffic from the 91 getting off, everybody trying to get around it. I'm sure they're all using the same app. I use Google, and it's probably going to put you, all these people, on that same route to get around it, and it's going to create more backup. It's going to be a tough drive for a lot of these guys. Let's get back to the actual scene itself. Take a look what's going on. Hopefully we didn't miss anything. Nope, we haven't missed anything, oddly enough. And the standoff continues. That driver, you know what? Come on, man. If you're watching, if somebody's watching that knows him, text him, tell him, just come out with your hands up. You're ruining everybody's weekend, and you don't want to ruin your weekend worse than it is already. Just put down the gun, come out, go into custody. Let's clear the freeway. I got to catch up. You guys are typing too fast. You should all take turns typing. Ukaipa High School. Carl, you got it. What's the best Kaipa? Ukaipa. I'm not a Kaipa. You're a Kaipa. Inside looking out, you know what? I'm not putting you on the spot, but how would you handle it? How would you handle it? Everybody's got a thing. Somebody says free bro, he just wants to go home. You know what? I would venture to say, he could open the door and walk away because his car isn't going anywhere. Maybe if he calls AAA and AAA shows up, they'll give him a tow. Or maybe he gets an Uber. How about that? All right, nobody's giving me any good ideas. So you know what I'm going to tell you guys right now is trained skunks. What do you guys think? Trained skunks. Yep. Have them like walk over to the car, start spraying the car, and just walk away. I don't think one would do it unless the window is open. But you know, I'm telling you, that would get him out of there. That would get him out of there. Even if he's got a gun, I mean, you know, I don't want to see any animal get hurt, but I think they're hard to hit. And if they scamper, you know, or maybe they run under the car so you can't get them. You know, I think trained skunks is the way to go. I think that's an untapped resource. Thank you. Thank you. Real stink bomb, right? Copy out. Okay, we'll do a long one. Okay, Crescent. JF, I got to make this quick. I got to make this quick because I got to go work. But you know what? I always wanted to own a towing company. I was a tow truck driver at one time. And a shout out to Brothers Towing of Norco. You guys should get an IG page. I'd follow it. Anybody that's out there and wants to follow me on the internet, you can find me on Instagram. That's my one I always go to. It's STUMUNDEL. No two L's. I'm the poor Mundell. And I'm definitely not a Mandel. We don't have that kind of money. Maurice.
Keeps losing his signal.
Good morning, Sandra and Oroxia. This is all happening on the 91 freeway. Like you said, Anaheim Hills, Anaheim area. It's going to be the westbound 91 right before Lakewood, but it doesn't really make that much of a difference because both sides of the freeway are completely shut down. Started out as a pursuit in the Corona area. That blue vehicle that you see right there, the driver armed and dangerous and brandishing that weapon. Once that vehicle came to a stop here on the 91 freeway, they brought in the armored vehicles. They boxed it in to make sure it couldn't go anyplace else. Anaheim PD is out here. Corona PD is out here along with the California Highway Patrol. Let's take a look at some of those westbound lanes. This is a lot of the backup. Some of these folks have been here for more than 90 minutes, probably coming close to 2 hours. A lot of these folks deciding to take matters into their own hands. They're making that U-turn and getting off at Imperial. But once you get off that freeway, the drive is not going to get much better. A lot of those side streets are packed as well. A little bit of Skyfox in the shot, not a big deal, but you can see some of that that backup right there. The westbound, they're taking everybody off at Imperial Highway. If the 91 westbound is your drive today out of the Corona area, stay out. How is this affecting other folks? Well, you can see two schools right there. That's going to be Crescent Elementary and Crescent Primary. Both these schools are on lockdown due to the activity on the freeway. It is very close to that school right now. These students are probably not in immediate danger, but nobody wants to take any chances when children are involved. Law enforcement put those two schools on lockdown. What are they doing to resolve this? Well, they are trying to do whatever they can. The negotiations with that driver, that's their main bet, but it's really up to that driver right now. How is it going to come to an end? If he puts down that weapon, walks outside, then they can just put him into cuffs and open up the freeways. That would be the best bet. Before we go, eastbound lanes, let's talk about those as well. They're shutting you down at the 55, so the eastbound really backing up as well. Stay off the 91 if it is part of your drive today, or just double check and make sure that where you need to be, the drive is going to be all right. I'm Stu up at Skyfox. Back to you all in the studio. No, man, it's all good. Pardon me? What did you need? Oh, okay. Copy all. Man, it's okay. We're in a helicopter. What do you think? We're just a floating camera? Floating AI camera. I don't, you know what? I really don't mind. It's like I remember back in the day, if you got a skid in the shot or something, it was like, oh my God, what's wrong with you? Dude, we're in a helicopter. Alan Parker, if you're really stuck in traffic, man, my heart goes out to you. We got about an hour worth of fuel. I'll let the desk know. You know, somebody said he fell asleep. I have seen that in the past. I have really seen that in the past where the suspect is like literally in that car. Oh, wait, what's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? Yeah, this is one of those ones where, you know, you don't want to zoom in and watch this guy hurt himself. Resolution. That was the word I was looking for. Resolution. Yeah, when you hit that digital doubler, the resolution goes to poo. I still think he's on the phone. I wonder if he's on the phone with the negotiators. Don't they have like that kind of tech where they can just, you know, bypass anything and call the cell phone direct? Carrier? What? Right.
All righty.
Oh, law enforcement's got a lot of cool tricks in their bag. Yeah. Right. You know, I wonder why they don't have bigger vests for the dogs.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Oh,
Those
wouldn't
look
that
like
be
great
something?
dogs.
Wouldn't that be something?
So this is one of those ones where, you know, we kind of watch it, we kind of watch it, we kind of watch it so many times because we're in a helicopter. Fuel, we are fuel limited. Mike was just talking to me about hours and how long we have until we have to go somewhere or do, you know, for fuel. It is one of those ones where, you know, it is inevitable and unedible that when it goes down, we'll probably be somewhere for fuel. It is one of those ones where you just sit and wait, sit and wait, and sit and wait, and sit and wait. At least, you know, we're kind of sitting down. We have machinery. I'm not holding a camera. I've got a laptop in my hand. If yes, I do control it. Yes, I have to have my hands on it. Yes, I make jokes sometimes that my fingers are bleeding. That's actually a Beatles line. But at any rate, the Beatles is a band. The Beatles is a band. And
Bev is late again.
but these guys down there, you know, and since we've been here, these two dudes have been holding their guns the entire time. Talking about, you know, getting a muscle cramp. Or, you know, you never see them tap out. You never be like, hey, man, I got you. So you're telling me that's a cell phone that's in his hand in this shot?
Is he eating?
Really? That is a gun pointed at him.
No. What is it? What do you guys think it is?
And he's left-handed.
How do you know that?
Oh, so then what are we doing?
Could he be negotiating?
All right. All right. So according to law enforcement, we just got this information. My pilot, Mike, that likes to be called Nacho because he looks like Nacho. And if you ever watched the Better Call Saul, you'd know why. He has just confirmed over our aircraft radios that is not a gun. That is a cell phone in his hand. So if he doesn't have his gun in his hand, he's not brandishing a weapon. Why don't they just bring this thing to an end? What are they doing?
There we
Yes,
go.
I don't want to be the guy to walk up to the car. There's no doubt about it. But, come on. We're here for another hour. When did you just text me? Oh, you just texted me that. We're here for another hour. We're here for another hour. Another hour. Another hour on station. Another hour on station.
So Bev is 5 minutes late so far. We'll have to see if she does 10. Go figure.
All right. When we come to you for the regular slot, we'll give you an update on the situation, and you can talk about topics. Hey, we're going to talk about the kittens. The next topic we get into will be about the video, the dad being called out by some of his. Wow. So if you guys hang out with us on YouTube, you might actually, not that you guys would want to, but whoops, wrong button already. That's what you're going to see. But at any rate, we are going to be doing the 11 o'clock show, and we do a little talky talk from the helicopter, and we're going to do a little of that. So just letting you guys know, we're going to at 11:30 we're going to depart from the norm. That's what the norm being what we're looking at right now. Of course, if anything changes while we're talking, then yes, of course, we're going to go right back to the breaking news. But we have other things slotted as well. So yeah, I guess that's a cell phone. So then why are we doing this?
We were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Miss Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact,
They
you reached out
lagged?
to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, and not once but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at.
Oh, was
Page
he
one, you just
pursuing,
see
was he?
some-
He needs the.
I'm sorry. That was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you.
Oh, he was messaging her because the conversation lagged.
Maybe that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. Report permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
At the very top, did you read what you write in the blue bubbles, starting at the top?
Haha, stranger.
And then what was the response from Miss Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond to that?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
That's
Oh,
all I have for that.
Okay.
Let's bring the lights back up. So clearly with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
Did she respond?
No.
Matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you
Liar.
recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with...
that was the first time.
That was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th?
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No.
Liar.
Never.
No.
Liar.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up.
No.
Even though he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You've been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. I don't. It was after the hillside.
Before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the Waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the Waterfall?
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the Waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the Waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the Waterfall or who was expected to come to the Waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the Waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No.
You had several drinks before you even got to the Waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the Waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep. Drove over to the Waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the Waterfall?
I'm sorry.
I was at the Waterfall.
Left the Waterfall, drove over to 34th Avenue.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the Waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him.
Yes.
But she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that, different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you?
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Hug, what was the other
She
thing?
say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was
What interaction with you?
Can I answer now?
Sure.
She, in my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Right. The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to, yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way, no.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night, no.
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it.
Okay.
And, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant, well, when are you gonna pay attention to me?
No, that's not correct.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
Yeah.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text.
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her. Yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What,
My question is she ignored the text, correct?
well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it.
Semantics, spit it out, buddy. We can see you.
So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're if everybody's hurting out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that? An
No.
acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
That's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too, correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation, and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, "You coming here," correct?
At 2:20?
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had
Yeah.
3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
Why? Why did you do that? Hoping that you'd get some attention from
You've indicated
Karen.
that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway. Yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so that it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, exhibit 66?
Okay. There we go. This guy's not liking
This is a
it
graphic
much.
representation of 34 Fairview.
Chilly in here.
Not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in exhibit 66?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Dun, dun,
I
dun.
You see the mailbox, which is out right there.
Yes.
Okay, where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there, you've been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. Where a laser pointer is, it would be the front.
Okay, so the front of the Jeep is facing the flagpole.
Towards Chapman Street, correct.
And the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6-foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6
6'8",
foot,
meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 foot, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay,
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
tilted to the right?
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving, straight locally, where you're not gonna have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating, so I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening, correct?
I was like I would describe this diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me. And, you know, I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't going to, I'm not a beer drinker.
Oh, you poor baby. Never thought to bring your own, like normal people.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes. No.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
In May of 2023.
Yes.
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
Yes.
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath.
Yes.
You were telling the truth.
Yes.
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were. Yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement.
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
The first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor,
yeah,
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins.
Yes.
The only floor beneath it is the basement.
Okay.
And someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
If Brian Albert
poor
said you
boy.
went upstairs to look at the photos, where would you have to be?
Objection.
Assisting.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym.
Where was that?
In the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party. Summertime.
Summertime before?
Summertime before, yes.
Summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified that you've never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath
Yes.
in that proceeding. During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say a tall, dark-haired male entered the house while you were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to somebody's brother.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I don't think anybody's brother came in the house. What you saying, Mr. Higgins? Are you lying on the stand? Nope. Nobody got out of the pickup. Nobody went in the house. Not a one.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well, when you testified
Bad,
at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page
Oh, look at you.
485, 46, I believe.
You think this is funny?
Yes.
He's going to take
If I
it
may.
down.
Yes.
Thank you.
The top part has been highlighted.
Are you going to impeach yourself and your buddy? Yep. So nothing has changed as far as that vehicle being stuck between two very large tank-looking vehicles. Everybody's in the same exact position. Oh, except now we got one popped out the top, kind of aimed at that car. You know how they did in the last one with those. You can see one person sitting in the driver's seat.
Mr. Higgins, do you have that in mind?
Here.
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
I think they're going to make some.
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes, correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller, and you had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house, at least briefly, in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house. Yes or no? Yes or no? It was that proceeding.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question, Jackson.
The quotations or the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at,
Yes.
that was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. That's what we just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1 a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house?
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later. Turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left.
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
Because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD.
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
To move vehicles, correct.
Well, let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes.
You walked down the driveway.
Yes.
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there, yes.
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
That's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not free. It wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right, so it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
Oh, yeah. We've seen all that snow.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked?
Correct.
Maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short.
30 feet?
Maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No.
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
Of course not.
Now, you get in your car and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're a former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So You didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up and I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. Wasn't another car parked there.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me, no.
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
That puts you in a position of being a first responder.
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic, yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road, in the lawn, or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't ask
I would have
you
done
if you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Oh, looky.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34th Fairview?
I went back to the Canton Police Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34th Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory
That
about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34th Fairview the next morning.
So you went back.
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that night, that morning?
What's the question?
He's
Why
going
did
to
you go to
get you.
Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34th Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
Yep.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one.
And that-
traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out, that's correct.
Right, and you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I was
right?
more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
Administrative?
And we'll talk about the video in just a second.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's coming for you. He's coming for you.
You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or? It's really hot over there. So why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Court, all rise. Put everything up.
Okay, what's this all about now? Yeah, high ranking. High ranking. Don't hold on here, guys.
Nancy, are you caught over here?
Maybe not. I thought everyone was leaving. Well, that is the thing. Yeah, exactly. Regroup, sorry, reset.
So why don't we all stay here and just see if we can do it quickly?
May be seated.
Yep. How to give the guy a rest, eh?
You go do this.
If you don't mind.
Every single time.
Nancy Paul will do it.
Every single time.
You are muted.
Yeah. Yeah. Every single time. Do you think they're going to bring it up? They're going to go. I think they're going to go at him. Jackson's looking pissed. They made some kind of plan of attack here, I do believe. She's quite involved in her own. What is she doing? Yep. Administrative duties. Moving cars after drinking all night. Yeah, absolutely. They're just giving that guy a couple minutes to get his poop in a group. And you watch, she'll stop for recess. Well, allegedly, a juror was overheating, so they stopped in the middle of Jackson going at this witness. It almost looks like they're giving time for them to regroup before Jackson goes at them again. She pulled this kind of stuff when Jen McCabe was on.
Need to see how she's doing.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay. Okay.
Push.
Oh, okay. Maybe someone's sick.
Can I get downstairs and use the bathroom?
Absolutely.
Ruthie. Yeah. I don't know why nothing's being said about Buddy here pouring like.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers.
No.
This is a law and crime legal alert.
Okay.
Google Incognito tracked users.
So if he's blabbing, that means that they're not done. This is unreal. Well, I hope the juror's okay. Because it might be a short day after all, right? Sounds like it was a girl because I think the judge said I'm going to go check on her. Okay. What jurors having trouble? That might create a shorter day. She won't. Yep, she'll have a short day. You watch. What do you think the chances are that with all of this? That's kind of what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering. But it did give him a break, or she's going to shut it down for the weekend. I just heard that someone was too hot. I know. It bothers me. And then Karen Reed gets a DUI. Buddy gets into his plow piss sideways. And what? Goes to move company vehicles around? What? I agree. And no court Monday. Okay. I agree. I agree. This Bev, I don't even know what to say about her. But now she has an excuse to go into the weekend. Exactly right, Christy. Oh, it's your Memorial Day. Okay. Our long weekend was last weekend. Yeah. Get them a glass of cold water. That might help. All good. Oh, I feel fine now. Yep, they do. They do. They won't use them. They'll give her the weekend and get Buddy off the stand. He's not going to be able to prepare for Jackson. That'll get Jackson just enough time to work up more and have this end up this dude on the stand crying his eyes out like a baby. All of this, she's overheated. Oh my God, man. Are you kidding me? She stops the whole freaking thing because of jurors overheating. She is such a loser. She's a big loser. as I sit here with a tinfoil hat on. I hope the jurors have life jackets so they don't drown in this BS. Oh, how convenient. How convenient. Every single time they've got a reason. I've got a bunch of them. It's amazing how many you pick up when you go through menopause. Yeah, menopause changes the whole thing. You mean these? I have many of them.
I do. I'll find out for you.
Yeah, and then I'll make sure.
Dandy.
Yeah, that flash drive I left back in the, and I'm flying on today. But I'll take my little screen drive that I get my email address.
Okay, can I do this? I object to these BS reasons to interrupt the defense. I object. That does happen to some, Tony. Mine was a breeze. Okay. Glad that's done. Okay, Bev, what are you doing there, woman? Come on. You got to know what you're doing with your courthouse, at least. Your courtroom. Psychotic. Yep. Yeah, I've seen stuff like that. I didn't participate, which is good. I don't cry very often, which is a very nice thing. And if I do, it's just fibro, so that too will pass. You guys know when I'm not feeling great, I just hide behind my I just hide myself. It's bad. You guys are awesome for working along with it. I appreciate every single one of you, let me tell you. And my mods. I hear other people saying, you know, they've got great mods, and I'm like, well, you haven't seen mine. You think you've got the best? You're wrong. Got to check out mine. That's okay, Bev. Just carry on. Do your thing there. Oh, they're going to end this. I just heard her say Mr. Lally. You watch. I sure think so, Christy. Yeah, can't thank them enough. I know. One would think, but Bev, she comes out with some real great ideas. She's not a brainstorm. She's a brain fart. I don't think I've heard them come in. I don't know. Put 12 of these out and you guys should be hooked up. Amazon, really cheap. Just not prepared, I tell you. Tell them to all bring sweaters, and here's your fan. Here's your sign. Here's your fan. They stop everything because we've got an overheated juror. So they just stop everything. Buy a fan to put in front of the jury. Anything. I don't know. I don't know. Like, it depends what it is. Why did it stop? Like, I don't know what's wrong with her. If it's that she was getting hot, well, have a bite to eat, drink water, and you're good to go. Yep. That's right. Oh, Bev. I noticed she's got a wedding ring. Can you imagine? Like, I really can't imagine. Oh, good one, Ruthie. Maybe the jurors developed an allergy to lies. Yeah. Yeah, they got 5 extra, Christy. Yeah, I'm sure they're all waiting for the long weekend. Yeah, I could see it. She said 4:30. She tried to extend today. She was trying to extend it to 4:30 Eastern. Yeah, they've been getting quite a few alternates for these trials lately. Some have been a large amount. But yeah, they can send Sicko home, tell her she's done, and use an alternate and carry on carrying on. I don't think anyone's going to argue about going home at this point. Right? Oh, your Christmas card. This is okay, Maxie. This is my Christmas card. That's my Christmas card. My son will be proud. Oh, Lordy. make my family proud.
I remember the old days when we had the ACs on, you'd have to turn the ACs off, the room would get incredibly hot.
They've got
We
AC.
get grinded here in the main courtroom. People, Judge turned off, a lot of people take their jackets off and stuff like that. It's so hot.
Throwback,
Yeah, a little throwback.
like 1992.
But that was the old days. We would have to turn off the ACs for when we were in trial because they were too.
Yeah, they just said that they've got air conditioning in there. Like, what the hell's going on in this place? Like, what? God almighty. Yeah, my husband's proud too. He went straight upstairs and hasn't come down. Looks in every once in a while, shakes his head, takes his coffee. Yes. Yeah, I'm the same. But that's what I said. Give her a sandwich and a drink of water. Everything should be fine. This might be the hat I'll wear when we go to the golf course tonight.
You are unmuted.
Oh, unmuted. Oh, yeah, no such thing as stupid questions. No, no. So what are you going to say now, Bev? Oh, there you are. You fake old biatch. Look at the look on that face.
Court's back in session. Please be seated.
Thank you. Wait, let's bring Mr. Higgins back. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Higgy got a break. Did you have a good break? How was that
All right,
for
Mr.
you?
Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct? Yes. With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
But
Not
they
that
would
you were
tell
looking
you.
for it, Mr. Higgins, my question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
You were able to monitor, you'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
What?
Then you went to bed?
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, ever, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified today.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat, then went to bed, put your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night?
No.
You were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone, you had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right, you said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat and quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning, at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
You had like 40 drinks that night. I'm not shocked that you don't remember a damn thing.
May I approach you?
Liquor pig. Liquor pig.
Take a look at those two documents and tell me if you recognize at least the top one.
Do they have a page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking Ms. Little, I don't think you introduced them.
Oh.
No, they don't have a page number, but I'm going to ask that they be marked for identification at least at this point.
What did you do, mister? What did you do?
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm going to, if it's okay with the court, may the witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
I'd like to have those two documents marked only for identification with the court's permission.
As one exhibit?
We can do it as one exhibit, that's fine.
Please hand those to them.
Yes.
Oh, Lordy. I need light. I don't need glasses. I need light.
Thank you.
May I inquire?
What a bunch of pansies.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right. It has a page number or there's a numeric indicator 01770. In other words, 1770
On the lower right-hand corner?
in the right. I mean, in the red.
It says 01771.
Look at the next page. They're just out of order.
Why don't you come show
Am I missing something?
Why are you looking at Lally to answer that? Did he hand you the paper? You're not going to win.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll use the one with QQ and the one with 1771 because the other numbers.
When you're referencing them. When you're referencing them?
When I'm referencing them.
Okay.
Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing.
Yes.
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
It has my name, my telephone number, correct.
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes.
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that. On the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes.
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds.
How
correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
Why you dispute what you're seeing? Are they wrong too? Oh yeah, keep that face on you. They don't care who you are. You're nothing. Right now, you're looking like you're a bad guy.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is that
And
sustained?
then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is that funny?
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, that's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No.
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it, no.
I've seen that used in many courtrooms. Why is she shutting that down? I've seen it done
Now,
many times.
when you were asked about this and you were shown these records, that prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
More butt dials?
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for the reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Isn't that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? You miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break your phones.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6 digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6 digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or a Face ID.
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I have never thought about it.
How do you butt dial
Once
with
you
your
unlock
face?
that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
How are all these people butt dialing each other?
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you
shush it.
ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered yes. And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer?
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure. May I?
Yes.
Mr. Lally, same page.
Thank you.
The bottom portion in pink. If you could read that answer to yourself, please. You have that in mind, sir?
No, can I have a minute, please?
Well, we can see who prepped up Jen, can't we? Can I see the paperwork, please? I want the paperwork. Oh, I'm not done yet. Oh, isn't that something?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
He doesn't have to do that.
Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
What is it with all these butt dialing
And why the
calls?
22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Of course, Bev.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very
I'm
first
not
person
drunk.
you spoke to after waking up was who?
There you go.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So of course you drove over to his house, had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m. if you were.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that right?
Yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Really?
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No.
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
Absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
What you were trying to do?
No, Your Honor.
Look at Lally.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh,
Did you
come
tell
on.
Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No.
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
No, I don't believe so.
Why? Why?
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? Don't. Just make him explain
You
himself.
can break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment. You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I had no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house. Your Jeep would just be feet away from him, correct?
Objection.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No.
Why?
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
No, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
What? What?
You've been an investigator for some 15 years and you were a firefighter years before that, correct?
Yes.
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data and electronic data is an important part of investigation.
Objection.
Sustain.
Why? It's his job. He knows about this stuff. Why?
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time. But actually at any time.
No, to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So
we gotcha.
That's my point. I'm just trying to break it down.
You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me?
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, were you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched?
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No,
They didn't have to search it, they didn't have to inspect it.
no.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they want to inspect your vehicle.
No.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just tipped off, they were all inside the house.
Brian Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way, no.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table, trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No,
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
we were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend. These are friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form, you can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Ms. Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was she said, Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
No, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to and access inside the Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5.
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, may I approach this one?
Yes.
Yeah, this particular area, but I just want to see if you recognize. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a 167-page document. Just take a glance. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by day.
So don't read it out loud, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your
Just,
Honor.
do you recognize
Yes, I do.
it?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay. You acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors, every place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. It shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's possible.
All right. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
By the way, did Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No.
Without telling me the substance of the conversation, did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
Not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't much of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
You're not sure about that either?
Sorry,
You're not sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
Not 100%, no.
Certainly were not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing. I'd like to have that document marked as next in order, base pages. It represents base pages 2850 to 3016.
All right, so marked for identification. Is there an agreement this is coming in, Mr. Lally?
There is not, no.
All right, so that's marked for identification, not next in order.
Look at her and her new numbering system. Such a mess.
Thank you.
Such a mess.
Mr. Higgins, if you will I'm sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronologically. It's the second to the last page.
What's coming?
I have it.
One quick second. And you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom.
She had a surprised look on her face for a second there.
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names, so.
Right.
Okay.
So on 1/29/2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds.
I see
access
it.
granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
Yes.
Uh-oh. What have we got here?
If you look at page 2967. I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
Yeah, he's not looking very bloody happy.
Okay.
Take a look at.
So you said
time.
2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right hand.
I see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
FBI stuff, possibly? No doubt.
923 and what?
39.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
Oh, la, 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 yeah.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
This is an exact copy.
Yeah, this time's all over the place. My apologies.
That's
Okay.
fine.
All right. Thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind.
I do. I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port to front exit, front entry to Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
There's only one Sally Port at Canton PD, correct?
Yes. And there's a door on each side of the Sally Port. Yes.
2 bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side. Yes.
And then there's a
Pass through.
personal pass-through door as well.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sally Port as well, correct?
Okay. 2976. And what was the time?
Page.
Yes.
It's about maybe 6 entries above. 6 entries up.
It's getting a little red
We'll look
in
for
the
time.
face.
9:23 and 50 seconds.
I see it. Yes.
All right. And that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port and then from Sally Port to booking, correct?
Says booking to Sally Port to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You were entering into the Sally Port from booking or from booking into the Sally.
Yes.
Could you repeat the question?
Of course, of course.
I agree, Tony. Yeah, he's turning almost like a purple. Gotta breathe, buddy. You're supposed to breathe.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sallyport and Sallyport to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sallyport.
Yes. That's a yes. Was that hard? It's not trick.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
that doesn't refresh your recollection.
It would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times or dates,
right?
Middle of the night, during the day. But just because I swiped in somewhere and then you have a swipe at the end of the day doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look
Wandering
at
around.
2905 because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 2:05 and 56 entry.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach? Yes. This might be a little easier. Highlighted it for you.
I see it.
Okay. So that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sallyport to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know.
Did you butt
It's
dial him?
possible.
Okay.
I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not, no.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Oh, being a little difficult, are you?
Yes.
Oh, don't like that. He didn't like that at all. You're looking a little under pressure. Yep. Yep. You're lying, you little bugger.
Thank you.
Just to close this loop, that appears to be your phone record, correct?
Yes.
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10 for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
No.
3:10 plus 12 was 3:22, correct?
Yes.
You had cleared the call about 3:22, is that right?
Yes.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian. Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you made those calls?
I'm based on the record. Yes.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset. And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
And then may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Same record. If you look just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
But you were, in fact, on the phone with all of those interested parties throughout the day, you'll agree.
I was.
Answer that.
Okay.
There's
Yes,
no
Your Honor.
objection. You can answer it.
I would. Yes, they're friends, and I was on the phone with them. Yes.
And sir, you were not on duty that day, correct?
No,
You are not a Canton police officer, correct?
that's correct.
You were not assigned to this investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends.
And
Yes.
yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
I had conversations with them, but not about this.
And
No.
you're consistently through the day calling Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course, I had phone conversations with him.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. I'm going to draw your attention to 2885 and 2886. Once you have the pages, I'll give you the times once again.
2885.
2885 and 2886. We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is at 3:57 and 54 seconds.
3:57 and 54 seconds, I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins, communication to pedestrian Sallyport, communication to pedestrian Sallyport.
Look at the one just above it. That's 3:58:24. Look at 3:57:54. Or the one that probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 3:57:54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 3:57:36.
3:57:36. I see it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
Oh? Really?
And there's one more on page 2885. Look for 407:47.
$407.47.
Correct.
I have it. Access granted, Brian Higgins, booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
Yes. I don't, yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it
That's all-
records you
that's all
going.
that- you
That's
answered my
fine.
question. There's no record of it, correct?
Not that I can see here, no. I'm sorry.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sallyport, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're aware that her car ended up in that Sallyport where you were at 5:36.
I'm aware her car ended up there, yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see any other evidence in the Sallyport related to this case?
No.
Did you see a bag, grocery bag with 6 solo cups there?
Objection.
Did you see anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. Did not see anything.
Are you aware that at 5, well, let me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. I'm not, I mean, we weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sallyport around the same time you were, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
But the records would reflect that, right? The records that are in front of you?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's
You were in the Sallyport the last time you're logged into the Sallyport, it's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at Sallyport at 4:14?
No, and if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you through, I'm not asking you what you did. I'm asking you where you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sallyport, you know that,
If I walked in, I
correct?
cutting through, yes.
Right. Was Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport at 4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sallyport, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there
yeah,
at
come on.
5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
I call BS.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
No, I don't remember anything like that, no.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, shut the doors?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sallyport?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
He's gonna get ya. Don't be lying.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m. Isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall when I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds in the Sallyport garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
Were you in the Sallyport at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
It's one thing to say I don't remember. It's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were?
I don't believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sallyport garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, it's just missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
All righty.
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Come on.
Did you receive a call at all, without telling me what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
He's gonna have receipts. He's always got receipts.
May I approach?
Yes.
Here come the receipts. Gonna see you go beat red again. Yeah,
Look at
like
the entries
3 of
for
them were
6:12,
dialing.
6:16. See if that refreshes your recollection.
4 of them butt dialing that night.
Are you referring to the?
6:12 and 6:16.
Okay, I see those, yes.
There was a call at 6:12 that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you at 6:16 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
They telling you that taillight pieces have been
Looks like
found at
that's
the
her
location.
throne.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
I know. I know. It's just like, oh my God. Old bat? Looks like it. Kind of an old bat. Take a load off Fanny. Yes. Yes. So, is this new? No. No.
So, may I inquire?
Yes.
Your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of those conversations at 6:12 and 6:16.
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been, I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that, in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
Oh?
Were you being provided information from your friend, Chief Berkowitz, about the progress of the investigation?
No.
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
No, I didn't have any information on the investigation.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure. Sure. Sure.
You were not interviewed about this case in any formal capacity until 5 days later, correct?
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after, yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's
I don't-
February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry?
What location?
Objection.
I'll see counsel very quickly. It's not going.
Oh, God, woman. Are you kidding me already? Oh, my God. God almighty. This woman is enough to drive you batshite crazy. With all the objections and everything that goes on, I hope the jury sees that these are tactics or seem to be tactics. Seem to be. And what? They've got another half hour? Or are they going to stop early and interrupt Jackson until Tuesday? That I can see. That I can see. Well, I don't see where there has been made any headway as far as the prosecution goes. This seems as ridiculous as it did a couple of days ago. I'm just checking out the last part of that freeway chase. It's over, but I've just rewound it because we were busy. I want to see what happens here so I can share it with you. There's the hatch is open. So I don't know if they're going to do the same thing that they did in that last one, shoot tear gas in.
Yes. Okay, the interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took place.
Higgins, that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay, the answer is yes, right? Can we agree?
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor
Thank you.
and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
Yes.
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabe's over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
And discussed this case. as you earlier described in your testimony.
I discussed what we were trying to figure out what happened.
You discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words about what a case is versus a matter versus an issue. You understood my question, didn't you?
Yes.
Is there a reason you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, is there a reason, or why don't you go ahead?
Well, I feel you're trying to make it sound like something it wasn't. It was.
I'm not trying to make it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back to the house, yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchnick, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You had already spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD, yes.
And you had been able to you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by, can you
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD?
access for what purpose?
Just to walk by them, to hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
Yeah, it's not what I was doing, no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
And very obviously you had access to the Sally port.
Had access, yes, and that's a cut through I used all the time.
And anything that was in it, correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
It was only after all that that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchnick, correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days, that's correct.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally port.
I don't recall being in the Sally port with him, no.
What did you do with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked a specific question in the other proceeding in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was the specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well,
information was provided to me.
What you actually said was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after that.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so too many facts. Go slowly.
Sure. You said, yes, 100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
Wow.
I don't know.
And you went on to say, if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement.
Objection.
Prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Oh, you're not happy there, Bubba.
You said you don't recall that entire testimony, right?
Not that portion, but I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see a transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
La-di-da. I think you should. Lordy, lordy, a little testy. You getting caught, I should say, on some ish? I think maybe. Be very, very careful. You're not dealing with Lally, an oceanographer.
Does that refresh your recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023?
I do.
And you said,
3, 2,
if that's what Chief
1.
Berkowitz told me, if I listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
Because I felt they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Next question. Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
Absolutely not correct. That's
And
wrong.
you knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Your poor Lally.
Mr.
Poor
Higgins,
Lally.
if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
Objection.
That's a lie. You can answer that.
Do I know how to get rid of information? I mean, I think there's different ways. You could wipe your phone.
Anything else?
You could wipe your phone. Factory reset.
Factory reset might be one, wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card's going to take information that's on the phone out.
So that might be one avenue. You could break the SIM card in half.
It could, yes.
You know, the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data that the phone's just a brick, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You could also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Hammer.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone, like a forensics expert, for instance.
Objection.
Sustained.
On Saturday, January 29th, you spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house?
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock, and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend, yes.
And he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a federal special agent.
He's a coworker of mine, yes.
Which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent, yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself, yes.
And he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain you.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained, but you already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone? Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time. And you're a trained ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Changes to that form.
Did you actually go to the FBI computer forensics lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously.
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
That is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or data, any data extraction machinery, if you will, a computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes.
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
That's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see your notices.
I need to see you. I need to right now. Yeah, he is. I noticed that. Jeez, Lord Murphy. Yeah, he didn't know if he was breaking the law or anything. You know, because they don't train them at the ATF about extractions and saving this and getting that and collecting this item. Like, he knows better. And if his best friend does phone extractions professionally for like the feds, I'm sure he would help his buddy out. Just a thought. I know. He just doesn't like it. He's getting picked on. Poor ATF agent. It's okay. So what? They're sending the jury out? Why?
While we're doing that, counsel, come on back. Yes.
Oh, look at that. She looks happy. What's that all about? Look at that. Lucky, lucky. You guys, what is happening? Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. I'm thinking. I'm going to have to miss out on watching Emily with you guys, but I'll certainly look at it later. I do love her take on stuff. Yeah. I understand why everybody watches her for sure. It was. That's what I thought. Definitely a gotcha look. Right? I'm right up there with Ruthie. I mean, she looks happy about something. Jazzy, no. Oh. He just admitted to a crime. He just admitted to a crime. What does that mean? What'd she say?
Long to the left.
May I ask the advocate to?
Thank you. I was trying to figure out how we do
I don't
that.
know. Is that in reference to the keys forms? Yeah, I don't know.
Uh-oh, what's going on? Uh-oh. Are they going to tell us what's going on? It's gone. I know.
We may as well use this time with me asking counsel a question at sidebar.
So what? So what's going on? He just admitted to a crime? I know, James. It's like an officer asking a colleague to look up someone's license plate to get an address for personal reason. Totally not legal. Sidebar. Well. It's good to see a smile on her face. Maybe they got one. Yeah, she's looking pretty happy. So what's going to happen here? That'd be something, mistrial, because Buddy here just screwed everything up. It really was.
Counsel, why don't you come on over, please? Mr. Conley? If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Could I just have him identify?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Sure, my name is William Connolly.
spelled CONNOLLY.
All right.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding. And that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity or in any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both worked together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entire. I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he's aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public office, to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being, these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement, that's a federal offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need more time?
I can do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury or getting the jury lined up to come back. Okay.
Oh, there you go, big boy. And yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Plead the fifth. That's exactly what he's going to say. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that is. That's all he can do.
No, I'm just going to grab the felon while I have time.
Plead the fifth. Crazy.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep. Plead the fifth.
All right, so we're ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
I love all your optimism, but it's going to take him about 2 minutes to get here, so, yeah.
I love all your optimism. What was that, Jim? The courtroom monkey? Look at him. Look at John's brother there, looking fairly pissed off.
Do you want these?
Yeah, he's not looking overly happy there, is he? Feds are getting impeached. You seeing what's happening there, Peter? I think that's his name, or is it Paul? Yep. Yep.
Be seated for the session.
All right. We have a very few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Mr. Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor, as to reading.
Employee,
Go ahead and finish the question.
for an employee, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir, notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson. That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
And
correct.
that's what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State
Okay,
Police.
so where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights.
Oh, no. No, 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 not a good time for that.
When I
No.
threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr.
Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor,
One more question.
I can do this in 30 seconds, I think. You were aware that that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 23rd, I'm sorry, September 30th, 2022.
Objection. I don't believe that's what the court order was. I think it's
I can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly what it was that he was notified.
Were you aware of that? Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
That's the question again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order, yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true, in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claim you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers?
And I maintained the phone.
Until you didn't, when you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
Did you?
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified, yes.
You testified.
It's possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
So
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lally's already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
That was your one question, Mr. Jackson.
Jesus, Bev.
All right.
Folks, that's it for today. We will see you Tuesday. Have a great long weekend, please. It's very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone.
What
Don't
is
do any
wrong with her
independent
head?
research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Tuesday. Tuesday will be a full day.
Chairman, please, you don't put on the chair, all rise, hurry up, follow.
You have to come back Tuesday.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You can follow them, yes. All right, so I will see counsel at sidebar. Tori, we're done.
Oh, Yannetti's not happy at all. I don't blame him. Like, what is going on with her? Karen's going up. Isn't that interesting? Pan over there, camera dude. Karen just got up and went over there. Oh, Jim's going home for a scotch and water. Oh, he does. He really does. And I think in his mind, like, I still think he believes Karen did this. I don't think their eyes are getting any further open. It's a shame. And I mean, she's so worried about keeping the jurors happy, which I understand. But if maybe she would think out of the box a little bit, if she had longer days instead of missing that day and missing this day and half of that one, if she ran her courtroom like a normal courtroom, this would be done in half the time. Jameson and ginger sales will be through the roof in Boston tonight. Or will they? Like, how many people are going to be proud of this jackass? Nice. I won't even do that. Nice. And I'm finished up with the stream. I'm going to get tidied up and get ready for supper. I think you're probably right. I think he looks like a heavy drinker. I've been wearing a tinfoil hat all day, so I'm going to have to do something with my hair. Ooh, nice. I think I'm going to put garlic and onions in mine out front because the deer won't eat it, and I love both. There's not a lot the deer won't eat. My neighbors had a poppy field for quite some time, and oh, it's so nice. Why the extra officers right now? Oh, good question. Good question. Do you guys have plans for the weekend, guys? Anyone? Put up a fence around your plants. Oh, that's what I've got to do too. Same thing. I've already lost some trees in the back, so I'm going to do my best to get everything protected. I remember seeing a big moose when I was a kid, and everyone said that it had got into like mushrooms. Of course, I didn't understand that at the time, but I do now, and it does explain quite a few things. Oh, 3-day festival this weekend, Dandy. Nice. Very nice. I'm going vacuum shopping again. Yes. I like that hashtag. I don't think I can share it, but I sure do like it. A 3-day festival. Take lots of pictures, Dandy. I love living my life vicariously through you guys. Football? Oh, Lordy. Oh, yeah. I don't even have one. My dogs dig holes.
Madam Court Reporter, thank you very much. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Oh,
All rise for the board, please.
I don't know what that was all about. Not a clue. Not a clue. So, guys, I'm going to end this fairly quick here. I've got to get real life stuff done, but that was interesting. I'm looking forward to Tuesday and let him. Oh, Folk and Roots Rendezvous. Love it. Love it. I got to get real life going here. I got a bunch of pets that need some food, some dogs that need out, a husband that wants to get going. So, so guys, thank you very much for hanging out with me. That was one hell of a day. Looking forward to Tuesday to see what else Jackson can get out. That guy looked like his head was going to pop. He was so red. So much love, everybody, and I'll see you guys soon in the next one. Bye.